message. Please hold for a very important message. Please hold for a very important message.
Foodiegang, gang, gang. Foodiegang, gang, gang. Foodiegang, gang, gang. Hey, Foodiegang, what is going on? What is going on? We're back here with a pop-up episode. If you were here earlier, we were actually talking the truth. And then we got cut off. Because of that, we are doing another episode so we can give Truth as much time as he needs to, because he was finna start cooking over here on 907 Goodies. But we need you to hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and Truth, go ahead and tell us who you are.
Man, I'm just a nobody in the presence of a somebody. That's who I am. They call me True Teller 410, but I'm honored to be in your presence yet again.
Look, I'm honored to have you, and I was very honored when you came up earlier. And so I wanted to come back to give you as much time as you needed to cook.
So listen, you asked me a question.
Goodies.
You asked me the question. I'll answer them as truthful as I know how to answer them.
I already know you've been telling the truth. Go ahead and tell us who you are. Tell us your background. Tell us where you're from.
I'm publicly known on YouTube as Truth Teller 410. How I got the name, you know, all I know how to do is tell the truth, whether it make me look good or bad. Have I ever lied? Yes, but listen, for the most part, I tell the truth, and whether it make me look good or bad, that's all I know how to do. The 410 is my birthday, so you put it together, Truth Teller 410.
Ooh, okay. I didn't put that together. Thank you, Truth.
Yeah. Where I'm from, born and raised in the Bronx, New York City. Lived in a couple states. I currently reside in Arizona. You know, Alaska's not that far. You know how it go.
Ooh, Alaska's not that far.
Alaska's not that far. No, excuse me, I'm hungry as hell.
Show us what you snacking on. You know, this 907 Goodies.
It's almost gone now,
but welcome to food.
Strawberry, blackberry, blueberries, and what do you call it? Honeydew melon? I think that's called honeydew.
Yeah, that's a honeydew. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. You're eating right.
And drinking some ginger honey turmeric tea. And my Avengers mug that my daughters bought me. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you over there grabbing, you eating good. I just ate some Cajun chicken, mixed vegetables,
and
mac and cheese. Hey, how are you doing? Gigi, I like what you did to your title there. You ended a whole lot. She said, hey, how are y'all doing? We got Truth up here getting ready to tell us the truth.
All I know how to do.
Work. Okay, he had to say his piece.
Yeah, yeah.
Phone cut him
We was cooking earlier, and the phone died. So
Yes. So Truth is back up here to tell us the truth about everything and talk about whatever he wants.
so where were we at? We were talking about the.
Okay, you were talking. You know what? Should I pull up the video?
Yeah, if you want to, yes.
Yeah, I could pull up the video just to refresh both our memories.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you was getting ready to cook.
All I need to hear is the last 10 seconds of it, and I promise you I can pick it up
Okay.
just at that.
You know, I'm just going to go to the video, pull that up, and then we're going to go from there.
Let's go. I'm on your time.
In the
We rocking and
meantime,
rolling.
what has happened since we talked to you?
Nothing's hot as hell outside. It's 113 degrees outside.
You're lying.
I swear to you.
Wow, that's crazy.
Couldn't wait to get out that heat. That's all that was happening. I just couldn't. The AC in the car can't work. It can't work enough. It doesn't work enough.
And you say you're out in Arizona. That's a whole desert. Okay. All right, Trooper. I'm going back to the part where you was up here.
All right, let's go.
Who was up here cooking? We about to pull up the video. We finna get down to the facts. We ain't got time to mess around.
Not at all.
And we're gonna pick it where we left off.
That's right. Let's go.
Hey, Carrie, what's going on? What's going on? Y'all hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel.
We all love Carrie.
Ready to
Hey,
cook.
Carrie.
I'm about to pull up the evidence. Okay, tell us about Carrie while I get that video pulled up.
Listen, Carrie is that's my heart. I love Carrie. Carrie, she's one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. You know, like I said before, I met her through Nick Taylor. Nick Taylor, that's my brother from another mother. And you know, my other ace Boone Coon is Super Slot 75. But Carrie's the glue that hold us all together. Because if she wasn't around, we'd be running around like wild savages. Every time we got in line, she put us right back in line. So, yeah.
Well, Carrie, we need you. So you good people listen. If Truth spoke that highly of you, we know it's real.
Yeah, she's great people. I always say that. Carrie's not good people. Carrie's great people.
You know, and that's hard to find these days.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, so this is from earlier when Truth called in from work.
All right, let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit of this. We're gonna listen to Truth cook. Okay, from earlier. And we're gonna see where he left off at. And he gonna keep cooking. And oh, we got your crew up in here.
Hey, remember, watch him. If he start acting crazy, flag Nick. That's Nick Taylor was right there. If he start acting crazy, kick him out of here.
True, we ain't gonna kick your friends out.
But he ain't none of my friend. I only said to be nice.
Look, I ain't getting into y'all beef. We ain't gonna kick your friends out, True. That's the quickest way to make enemies.
Well, you gave me a wrench on here, so I'll throw him out. If I even think he looking wrong, I'm throwing him out of here.
Y'all already said if one of y'all are messing with that one person, the rest of y'all ain't messing with him. You trying to get me canceled?
Oh, you see, that's the truth. But amongst us, we'll fight. You know, we might fight amongst each other, but we'll stop to go. We'll stop to go at somebody else.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna play this video. We finna hear Truth cooking, and we gonna cook.
Chaos. They see master. They see mass hysteria.
It is chaos. It is chaos, and one thing I don't. Okay, sorry. Let me give y'all some context of what we're talking about. Earlier, we were doing the weekend catch up, and we were talking about the No King protests, and we were talking about the violence in Minnesota where 2 lawmakers were unalive, and we were just talking about everything that went on this past weekend. And Truth called in from work, like on YouTube, and also in real life. I guess I'm seeing it on YouTube because I'm seeing a lot on the panel shows, the women and men. the way they talk to each other. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I feel like we
yeah.
should have respect whether we agree or disagree.
Remember when we was talking about it? You know, those rooms with all those men, those black men. You know, 5 minutes into the show, what are they doing? You know, I'll fly you out to do some harm to you. You know, F your children. You know, 5 minutes until you can't have a conversation that lasts 5 minutes without y'all wanting to go do something to each other. And then they say, well, why do we get looked at like that? Look how you are. You know,
And they
think
say
about
they're
this.
trying
If
to tear us down, and they tearing down each other.
tearing down each other. But again, one thing we need to do is we need to understand people's fight are not our fights. Listen, you go to Africa, right? And if I go to Africa saying, hey, you know, I read these books over here in America, I want to come here, you know, and educate. They're gonna be like, educate. Now you got some resources, you got some sandwiches, you got some jobs, we got some tangibles. We can read books. What you read come from us. We don't need that crap. We over here starving. You think somebody laying on the ground in Africa wants to hear about metaphysics? He want a sandwich, right? They understand. Listen, this is what we need, right? We over here. We need to understand. We standing on the line for Air Jordan tennis shoes. We need to be standing on the line at the schoolhouse trying to figure out why our children read. Our 6th and 7th grade year old kids is reading on a 2nd grade level. You know, we need to be
Amen.
understanding.
Amen. Proof.
We,
Amen.
we need to be understanding you know why black women are looking at black men like with it, like why we look.
Oh, you kind of froze up, Truth. But he was saying, why are they looking? Okay.
I could pick up
So
right from there.
after that, Truth glitched out and it was over. Okay. So then this is really part 2 of that conversation. Truth, do you need to see it again?
No, I could pick up right from that very moment. Yeah. What I was saying was, you know, one of the problems we have within black people, right? For people to say, you need to be over here helping us with this and that. Listen, we got problems over here we're trying to figure out. We do, you know, again, what happened, what I was saying when it cut off, we have a problem where black women, females, because there's a difference between women and females. Like there's a difference between men and males. But when I say women, it's just understand, it's just for the sake of the conversation. When I say men, it's for the sake of the conversation. We have a problem within ourselves when, you know, when we're at odds with each other, black women are conditioned to call the cops. They're conditioned to see a black man as the enemy right off the top. Right off the top, right? Same thing, black men. We conditioned to see black women as the enemy right off the top. You know, I'm not saying that. Have we played a role in creating our own and creating that negative image? Hell yeah, we did. Hell yeah. Why? Because we fell for the gaffle. Right? I always say this. I'm a big fan of Good Times. Big fan. Right? If you remember any of the episodes, every episode where James Evans had a chance to better his family, Florida did something to stop it. Though I know it's a show, I'm going to use that as an example. When he had to go work in Alaska and leave her with the kids, there was no. We always find a way to figure it out. This and that, you know. When he had the opportunity to go with the preacher man to get to make $100 a week or a day or whatever it was, you know, it was no. We always figured it out. We need to be here. Blah blah blah. Right. And you didn't see him argue it. He didn't like it, but he gave in. There's an episode where Florida went with Walona to a women's group, and they were sitting there talking about how men ain't worth this and men ain't worth that, and everybody stopping the woman from moving up that corporate ladder and all that. Listen, all of that's propaganda, man. Because at that time, how can a black man stop a black woman from advancing when a black man was sweeping floors and washing dishes? He ain't at the top to stop you from going up. He at the bottom too. Sorry, excuse me. He's at the bottom too. You know, he washing dishes. He's sweeping floors. He unloading trucks. So who your head? Who told you that he's stopping you, right? When technically you looking down and he's right there up under you. But right there, that's the beginning of the conditioning to make us enemies, make us always be at odds with each other, right? You fast forward to today, I could go tell a black woman, right? I could say, hey, don't go over there because that's not conducive for you. You already know what she's gonna say. Who the F you think you are telling me I can't do blah, 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 blah. Forget the fact that I'm trying to help her and save her, but let somebody else who looks the exact opposite of me tell her not to do the exact same thing. She'll stop and listen, right? When I was younger, I'll give you a good example. When I was younger, I used to believe that I can get black people to stop hurting each other. So I went to my school. I wrote out a flyer. I remember I drew out a flyer, right? I drew it out, and I printed out 100 copies of it. I said, I'm gonna stop. I'm going to create my own Stop the Violence campaign. And I went outside and I started handing out the flyers. Hey, y'all, let's do this. We don't need to be selling drugs. Do this, do that. Hey, we're gonna get together in this park at Saturday 3:00, and we're gonna talk about how we can stop doing this. Saturday, 3:00 came. I'm the only one in the park. So I went walking around to see where everybody was. Everybody was still in the same spot that I left them in, and all my flyers was all over the ground. Now, the Mormon was riding his bicycle in the same neighborhood. Now, remember, their book says black people are cursed. That's why we went through slavery and our skin color is brown. Topic for another conversation. They threw my flyers on the floor, and I'm one of them. But the Mormon is on the $400, $500 bike propagating that crap, and they ain't do nothing to him. They stopped what they were doing to listen to him and befriend him. I realized right there, I said, oh, this is over. It's over. I ain't never trying to help wake my people up because they don't want to be woke. They don't want to wake up. They want, they cool killing each other. They cool telling me, they cool whispering, hey, the white man can't be trusted, blah, blah, blah. But then as soon as one coming within their proximity, the first thing they do is show all their teeth. And not to say that, I'm just speaking in general, right? So when you look at the black household, it's very rare. I'm not saying very rare, but think about this. Every black household you've been in with your friends, your black household, right? How many times is it a man and a woman in it?
Very, very frequently. And if there's a man, he might be in jail or something.
Yeah.
But normally it's, just a woman.
Yeah.
I know that there are single fathers out there, but normally I see just women. But when you go to the white people's house, you see both parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I didn't notice it when I was younger, but now that I'm older, I notice it.
Mm-hmm.
And our households just tend to be broken.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's because we have, like I said, again, we're conditioned to constantly be at odds. We're conditioned to be like that. I wish a black woman would come to me and say, you've held me down from getting to where I want to go. I will never ever have nothing to do with her ever again. I don't care if it's a friend, a spouse, any black woman ever come to me and tell me I'm the reason she can't advance. I'll stop dealing with her.
Black women going around and saying that.
Yeah.
Hey, B. Renee, they are.
Yeah. I'll stop. I'm gonna tell you why I'll stop. Because if you look at it, if you look at the broad spectrum, I'm the least bit of her worries. I'm the least bit of any black woman's worries. And the reason for that is, I'm a heterosexual black man. I'm out here fighting a fight every day. I don't got time to stop, to let my guard down fighting a fight to go attack you. Nick Taylor's in the chat. He'll tell you it's hard out here for, and I speak for men, it's hard out here for black men. It's hard out here. It's hard. Nobody pays us attention. You know, you know when they listen to us, when we standing on the ledge of some building, or we got, the barrel of something to our head, or we looking for a way out. That's when people listen. That's when, and after it happened, they say, why didn't he come to? Nobody pays attention. Why? Because every time or every month, it's always some month, right? Something awareness month, blah 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 month, blah blah. How many of those months are for heterosexual straight black men?
Ooh, we got Blue in the building. He said, doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Look, if one of the most important things in a black household is duality. A man and a woman.
Okay.
You need that. You need the children to see one healthy relationship. I understand. Listen, we're in 2025. Mommy and daddy ain't gonna be together. I get it. But when
why is that the case? Why can't we why are we at odds? I don't understand.
Because, like I said, we have somebody once upon a time. All right, man, I'm gonna break it. I'll break it down to you. When the women movement started, that was not for black women. Don't take my word on nothing I say. Look it up. It was not for black women.
Okay.
It was for white women. They just needed more numbers, so they got black women involved. And the same thing that white women were being told, oh, you're being held down. You can't, they're not letting you climb the ladder in corporate America. You should be running Coca-Cola. Why can't you be the CEO of this, that, and the third? Fine. So when she started telling a black woman that, a black woman said, yeah, you know what? You are right. I can run Coca-Cola. Why can't I be at the board, the table at General Motors? But remember, I'm cleaning the bathroom and I'm sweeping the floor. I'm not nowhere. The only time I go into that boardroom is when I'm emptying out the trash can. They're not letting me in there. But because somebody is telling you I'm the problem with your advancement, you believe it, right? Then they start introducing welfare, right? When they start introducing welfare, what happened?
Tells the truth. Got hit the like button. Let me get his link pulled up to his YouTube channel.
When they introduce welfare, what happened? They say, how much is the rent in here? At the time, probably say it was $100, $52, whatever it was, $50. Let's just say $55. And they say, hey, we can help you with that. Yeah. How many kids you got? I got 2. Okay, we could put some food in the house, help you put food in the house too. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll be back. They leave. Then they come back. And they say, hey, how's everything going? You been getting that money we've been using to pay your rent? Yeah. Okay. How about the food stamps? That welfare? Oh, yeah, we got that too. Great. So, hey, here's a catch. You're married, right? Yeah, my husband's great. He got to go. What? Yeah, he got to go. You don't need him. You are doing everything by yourself. You're a strong, independent black woman. You don't need him. But I love him. I know. Now, if he stays, you can't get none of this stuff. So once they was able to infiltrate that black family, guess what happened? That woman tells that man, you got to go. You can't be here. And then the welfare people keep on giving you. And then once child support was introduced into the equation, then they said, hey, we would love to keep on giving you all of this stuff, but we need his information because somebody got to pay us back.
Come on, Drew, talk about it.
And then what happened was, now that man's on child support. But in the midst of all of that, that woman was already indoctrinated with the with the understanding that she's the victim. He's been holding her back. He held her down and made her have those kids. right? The reason she was a stay-home mother slash wife and she prepared meals and cooked and cleaned was because he didn't want her to advance, which is not the truth. Since the days of African families back in, I'm talking about the Nile Valley times, ancient Kemet, the man and the woman had two roles. The man was hunter gatherer. The woman, she took care of the home. She was the first teacher, the first nurturer. The man was hunter gatherer. We just carried that into a more modern time. But when somebody come in and say, well, no, he's not the hunter gatherer. He's out there having fun, running the streets after work. He going to the bar. He hanging out with his friends. He's going to play pool, this, that, and the third. And you are sitting here suffering. And then what happened? Now they turned you against me. And we was living perfectly fine all this time, raising these kids, everybody happy. But now I'm the reason you're at home. So now what happened? You want to go out there and start living that independent life. But one of the consequences, one of the rules is I can't be in that house. Then once I leave, what happens? The discipline leaves. Because everybody know once upon a time, when somebody said, wait till your father come home, you damn it, excuse my mouth, you almost defecated yourself because you couldn't, when he come in, it's like the devil was coming through the door. Because mommy was judge and jury, daddy was executioner. Simple as that. So before all of that was introduced into the black household, we was doing all right. I'm not saying we had what we have now, but it was for that time. We was doing all right. We was doing perfectly fine.
Do you ever see things being where we work together again?
When I believe in that large number like it once was, no, I don't think it'll ever happen again. No, because you can't convince somebody that what they believe is not right. You can actually dissect what they believe and point out all the flaws and all the errors, and they still will tell you you're wrong. They will tell you you're wrong. Think about this. Let's say you're going through something, anything, I don't care what it is, any medical situation you're going through, right? When it's just mommy and children in the house, that healing that mommy has to go through after the surgery or medical procedure, it takes a longer time. Why? Because mommy she don't have the time to just lay back and let daddy take care of it. Mommy can't do that. She got to come home. She got to worry about the child. Then who 9 times out of 10, who's going to be in her corner? If there's 10 people coming to help her, it's 9 women and probably 1 man. And they all family. So they got to stop their lives to help this one person out. When if mommy and let's say it's just not daddy, if a man and a woman was in the house, that woman could just sit back, heal properly, right? Same thing with a man, right? He break his leg. If he had a strong, conducive woman in the house, he has time to heal properly. But he can't because he has legal obligation that he have to fulfill. His behind gonna go to jail. So with his broke ankle, he still got to march down to the courthouse and say, hey, I can't pay child support now because my ankle's broke, and hope to God they don't throw him in jail.
So y'all hear you, truth. It's like honestly both sides. I can't heal because I don't have time. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have time. Ask yourself this. A man and a woman in the house together. Let's say you in the house with your husband or whoever, your boyfriend, whoever. And you wake up one morning and you hear, hey, don't worry about nothing. I'm going to take the kids to school. I'll pack their lunch. You go ahead and sleep in. you would probably bug out because you'd be like, what? That's like you because you're not used to it.
Yeah.
Right? Even if he make oatmeal on the stove and scramble an egg, you still be like, yo, look at this, yo, damn, this feel good. I ain't got to do nothing today, and because he done took the kids to school. He said he gonna pick them up, and he gonna stop by the grocery store and pick up the groceries on the way home because I told him I had a headache and blah. Imagine how that would feel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
must be nice.
We as black people, we don't get to feel that as much as white people. As much
And
as
that's probably why we be walking around mad.
all the time, right? I tell black women, I say I see them, right, and I say, hey, hey, you have they're not even smiling. I say you have a beautiful smile. Keep on smiling. They look at me like like I just disrespected them, not knowing, hey, if you smile, I'm gonna feed off your energy. You smile, guess what? That energy might have me out here spreading some more good energy. But now I got to add you to the list of black people who I
Good.
came across who just negative and don't want no good.
Everybody they don't have the same mindset, Reeve. Some people are pissed off.
Yes, yeah, I'm telling you,
You know what I'm
it's
saying?
yeah. Listen, I understand. Life make you callous. Life does make you callous, right? Life makes you callous. But I don't
Very
care
much
what I've
so.
been
You
through.
start being bitter.
Yeah, I don't care what I've been through in my past. I can't sit up on here and be like, oh, look at this, another black woman. Why she about to roll her eyes and bob her head when she talks, smack her teeth. We gonna start arguing. Why would I do that? But we deal with a lot of people within our own race. When they see something, that one thing paints the image of everybody. That's why, like I told you earlier, I walking out the hospital, black woman sitting there, have a good day, beloved. She looked at me like, what?
Don't talk to me.
Yeah, who you talking to? But then she went back to talking to the white man who's not paying her no attention, showing all her teeth. She should have just jumped on the table and started tap dancing.
Ooh.
Yeah, for me, you give me your whole behind the kiss, but for him, you smiling and beguiling. But let me tell you something. If that charm go off and they start screaming revolution, you'll be looking for me to help you survive.
I know that's right. Truth, you got all that from that encounter?
Yeah, yeah,
You got all that?
yeah. So look at it like this. I'm in the middle of an Indian reservation hospital. The census of black is 2, me and her. And you looking at me like I did something to you. I didn't do nothing to you, sister. I just met you. You can't be that mad at me. I'll come out the door screaming peace.
But you said she was smiling all up in the white face man, or
Yeah, she was showing all her teeth.
the white man's face.
She damn near peeled her mouth back to show him the teeth in the back.
Ooh. She went got it. Okay.
but me, I walk out screaming peace. All right, have a good day, beloved. What? Huh? What? I didn't do anything to you, sweetheart. You just met me. You can't be that mad at me. You can't be. Hey, listen, I didn't do nothing. Right? I'm not your baby father. I didn't do nothing to you. I didn't put you in a situation.
How you know she got a baby father?
Because
she had no kids.
Because she was so. It's funny. She had on the desk. She had a picture of her on her phone with 2 children. With no man nowhere in the picture, no ring nowhere on her finger, right? And you mad at me? I didn't do nothing to you. I can only assume. I hope I'm wrong. Right? I didn't do it to you, sister. I just met you right now. I didn't even have time in my life to hurt you. So you can't be that mad at me. You can't be. I didn't have enough time to hurt you. I just walked down the hallway.
I ain't got nothing to do with it.
No, man, I'm just screaming peace. I'm trying to I have a good day, beloved. Right? I didn't call her the B word. I guess I did. Beloved must be the new
Was
B
it?
word.
Well, it's like you might as well because she was still offended.
Yeah. She looked at me like I did something wrong to her. Yeah. Like I always tell people, I love black people. I love black, but I know black people, but I love them to death. I love them to
Ooh,
death.
you say you know black people. Can you elaborate on what you mean when you say that you know black people?
I love black people to death. I do. I do. If I was to come into some money and I become rich, what I mean, ask yourself this. You wake up in the morning, go buy a lottery ticket, come Friday, you find out you won $25 million. And somebody say, hey, you should build a mansion out here in the middle of the ghetto to show black people, that we have made it. Would you do it?
Oh, first of all,
You
no,
exactly.
because look, I got to do what's best for me and for us if I want to provide y'all jobs.
Yeah.
If I am in the hood, might be a problem. We
No.
might not be able to operate properly because for some reason y'all can hate each other. So
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, Truth, on that one.
I always say this. If you was to ever make it to where you have money to burn and you say, you know what, I'm gonna go. If I say I'm gonna go back to the Bronx and I'm gonna give my people each $1,000, for every 10 people I give $1,000 to, 9 of them is gonna look at me like, who the F this nigga think he is? Come around here just giving us money. We
What?
got something for him. Yeah. Yeah. But any other race, you go around giving out money like that, you're damn near a martyr. But not us. Like I said, again, we're conditioned to hate each other so much that my success, and I'm coming back to spread the love. They're gonna be like, look at him, trying to rub it in our face. Got something for him.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
I
That's what I
believe
say.
you on that because they always say when you make it out the hood, don't go back.
Yeah. Listen, I'm too good.
And
I would never go back.
they're saying that for a reason.
Yeah, yeah. I would never go back. Right? Also think about it. Think about this. I don't pose no threat to nobody. I mean, I don't play, but I don't pose a threat. I don't walk outside looking for issues. I don't. Not at all. I was going into Safeway right over here. Black woman was walking. I see her shoes untied. I don't want her to trip. I say, excuse me, love. She turned around. I'm not interested. I said, okay. I ain't say nothing. Okay. All right.
What?
As
You
she was
like, I'm trying to help you.
as she was walking past the yogurt, she tripped on her own shoes, fell, shopping cart pushed from in front of her. She all on the floor.
And you happen to see both
Yeah,
moments.
yeah, yeah.
Dang, God set that up.
I walked next to her. I said, you all right? She put her hand up. She was like, I fell. I just walked away. Yeah, because 30 seconds ago it was kiss your A. So if it's gonna be like that 30 seconds ago, it has to be like that currently and in the future. Don't look for me the bigger man. I can't keep on being the bigger man.
But you were still so nice because you were gonna help her up. It
No, I
sounds
wasn't.
like.
I wasn't. No, no,
Oh, never mind.
no. She put her hand up.
True.
She said, oh, I fell.
You were.
I said, oh, I know. And I kept it moving. Yeah, because I wanted to tell her, hey, your
What?
shoelaces are untied and look like you're gonna trip. Right? But it was kiss my A back there. So not a problem. I'll do that. So when you hit the ground, remember it's still kiss my A. And then when you get up, it's still kiss my A. That's fine. Right? And don't look at me like I did something wrong because you already told me you're not interested. That means you're not interested in my help. You're not interested in my anything. You're not interested. So there you go. That's fine. You can stay on the floor. Yeah.
Ooh, that was like instant karma.
It's an instant. Instant.
Instant karma.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But again, like I said, we're so conditioned to hate each other. We're conditioned to hate each other so much that me just walking by and saying, "Hey, how you doing?" I get the side eye. I didn't do nothing to you. I just say, "Hey, how you doing?" I didn't stop till you give me. I didn't give you my name. I didn't ask you your name. I didn't ask you for your phone number, right? I didn't stop. I ain't try to holler nothing. I just think that black people should be able to walk past each other, right? Offer a smile and some positivity. You know, I don't know what I told a woman this one time. I said, I don't know what you think about men, but most of us men ain't trying to, you know, have sexual intercourse with every woman we walk past. It's not like that. I don't know what you believe, because we out here trying to figure out we out here trying to survive. You know, when you barely making it and them bills come in and and them bills add up to more than what you got. I tell you, a woman is the last thing on a man's mind. He's trying to figure a man, not a male, a man. He's trying to figure it out.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah,
I just made this.
he's trying to figure it out. You know, he got to go home. It might be a kid or two in that house. You know how dehumanizing it is for a man to go home and tell a woman he don't have the means to take care of the family. That is dehumanizing. That's the equivalent of somebody spitting on that man. Right? We as men, not males, men, we take pride in being able to take care of the people that we love. Right? Your Carrie's right there. If I was to hit the lottery for $20 million, you know how good it would feel to say, "Hey, Carrie, look, here go a bag full of money. How much is it? I don't know. I just told him to put money in the bag. It's yours." You know, that'll feel good, right? It'll feel good to go. If as a man, it feel good to take care of the people you love. It does. You know, when you can, and that's why I love Carrie. Look at that. She working tonight, but she listening. That's what I'm saying. I call Carrie in the middle of the night and we be gossiping all kinds of. That's my heart right there. I love Carrie to death, right? She know it, and she know it, right? But
Okay.
we as like black men, when you go home, you know, the day's good, you got money, you got to take care of the bills, take care of the family, take care of this, take care of that. You know, you look at your wife or your girlfriend, whoever, sound asleep in the bed, the kids all tucked in, everybody's peace, the house is calm. You know, that makes us feel like we succeeded for the day. The last thing we want is to go home and not be able to sustain our family. That's the last thing that we want to happen, to watch our people struggle.
Thank you for tuning in from work, Gigi and Carrie. Y'all getting it done. Y'all getting it done. And y'all in the chat. Shout out some multitaskers.
Yeah, you know, it's like I said, you know, if we got back to that point where
What's
Carrie
going
said
on,
it.
Blaze? What's going on, Blaze? Okay, go ahead. We got Truth up here. Again, Blaze was telling me that we should do a segment together because he enjoyed you up here last time so much. He said, "You got to come back," and here you are.
I told you I'm on your time. You tell me when and where, I'll be there. Never a problem. Never a problem. You know, we damn near family. Never a problem.
Truth ain't lying. We locked in.
So, you know, it's if we could get back to that, then, you know, I remember once upon a time where the men in the neighborhood, they would go to, all right, Christmas time came around. It was a lot of kids that didn't have fathers. And the men was going out there buying sleds, right, for the children. They all got together, right? So every child had a sled that Christmas. Every single child. Wasn't the men wasn't trying to have sex with the mothers, right? But that's because that's how it was, And then they was like, all right, when when it's your turn, you got to look out just the same, right? That's why I helped raise kids that didn't come out of my body, and I did it with pride. I'll do it again because I come from that. I come from that, right?
Now I
Remember,
got a question for you, Truth.
go ahead,
When you get done preaching,
go ahead.
you hear how they talk about being stepdads.
Yeah,
You hear how they say don't do it if you're a single man. I believe they said just don't do it, period. But in regards to your last statement
uh-huh.
of I raised kids that didn't come out of my body,
Yeah.
how and Carrie, we can definitely do a collaboration. How do you feel about that statement, Truth?
So I'm gonna tell you
Tell us
this.
the truth.
I understand why men say that because for the most part, because remember, majority represent the masses. Majority of the time, a man will get caught. He'll be left to raise children. Um, he'll be left to raise children that's told he's not your father. You ain't got to listen to him. You know, whatever he tell you to do, you come back and tell me, and I tell you what to do. That's in the house.
Mm.
That's in the house with the mother. So now the father of these children or the fathers of these children is now telling the kids the same thing. What if he say something to you, you tell me, and I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna beat his A, and you better not do this because I'm gonna beat your A. So now you got a man fighting. That's the equivalent of you get into a ring, and in one corner is Mike Tyson, the other corner is Bruce Lee. You're going to fail either way. It just depends on, like, now the question is, do I want to get my head knocked off my shoulders, or do I want to get my head kicked off my shoulders? Right now, in the so I'm gonna tell you in my case, I didn't have women who propagated that. They were appreciative for what I was doing, so much so that they didn't even require a lot from me. So I didn't have a problem giving a lot because they didn't require a lot. They wasn't trying to use me. Because trust me, if I felt I was being used, I would have hauled that. Excuse my mouth. I would have left. Forget all that.
Bruce said, I would have got up out of there. You
Yeah,
got
I
the
would have.
natty on going down the highway.
Yeah, I would have got out of there. So I understand when men say, don't raise other people's children. I understand it. Because here's the thing about it. Let's say you're raising girls, right? You might not get nothing in return. Those kids might grow up and they go get married, and you put all that footwork in. And then at that wedding, the father who wanted nothing to do with them will be the one walking them down the aisle. Right? And then this is why it's important for if a man is playing stepfather role, it's important for a woman to explain his importance in that house. It's important for the woman to show his importance in that house. Right? I remember I knew a guy, he was living with a female, and they had I think it was probably like a 13-year-old kid in the equation. And her father used to call the house phone. Now, they didn't have a house phone until he moved in and he got the house a phone. Then all of a sudden, the father's calling the house phone, and the mother would say, well, I gave him the number because he, that is his child. But hold on, wait a second. Before he moved in here, there was no phone in here. So now after he moved in and put a phone in here, now all of a sudden, the biological father should have contact to the child. No, it don't work like that. No, I pay the cost to be the boss around here.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want it to be like that, let me know. I'll leave. I'll cut off everything that's in my name. He could come in here and do everything he got to do. And I wouldn't even say if you want it like that. The moment I see that, I'm leaving. You know, I like I said, I'm very fortunate, right? Because I don't have those. I never had those kind of problems. Never, not one time ever did I have those kind of problems. But I do understand why men do why men say don't raise another person's child, because it's a great chance that when it's all said and done, man, you just gonna leave empty-handed. Nobody want to do that's like you going to work for 2 weeks, and at the end of 2 weeks, they give your check to somebody else.
You know what I heard somebody say?
What's that?
He was like, the kids always turn on you in the end. But he's still willing to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Blake said, I get it, but you'll never hear me say F those kids or see me showcase that mentality. I
Mm-hmm.
was raised by my grandfather. He stepped in and stepped up, and he didn't have to take that on.
Yeah, yeah. See,
Yeah, that's very
Blaze is
true.
fortunate because his father wasn't there, but his grandfather, which is still a continuation of of the lineage, was there, which is important because his grandfather was able to show him, and keep him within the family, within the family line. A lot of kids, they aren't, they not a lot of kids, a lot of men don't have that opportunity. A lot of kids, I mean, don't have that opportunity. This is why I say it's very important when a man wants to come in and he wants to do right by you and the child. It's very important for you to understand what that man is doing, and it's very important for you to have that man's back. I give you an example. If I was walking down the street and I saw your daughter about to get into a grown man's car, and I grab her up and I walk her home, and I knock on your door and I say, I just saw your daughter about to get in this grown man car. Well, what you do? I roughed her up and brought her home. Now you finished the job. What normally happen is, who the hell are you to put your hands on my child? Forget what I just stopped from happening. Forget what I just stopped from happening. The only question you have is, who the hell are you to put your hands on my child? When I was coming up, when I was walked home, like a dog in trouble, what'd he do? He was throwing rocks at the city bus. There was no, why are you grabbing up my child? It was, so you in the street embarrassing me. So now I got somebody having to bring you home and you acting crazy, and people know you my child acting like this. They hit the reset button fast. I got tuned up. When you playing that guitar and that guitar don't sound right, they tune them strings up. That's what happened to me. Make sure when they finish, I was sounding right. Yeah, I was so shell-shocked, I wouldn't pick up another rock. I wouldn't even want to look at a rock. And then if I went back in the street, they would bring me back home the same. I got whoopings from other people, my friends' parents. I have on my way home to get shined up real quick. Yeah, that happened
Now
to me.
you can't say nothing to these kids.
Nothing. But that, again, that's why it's important for us to understand our role in each other's life. I don't have to sleep in the bed with you to help you with your child. I don't have to, be looking for any kind of sexual favors from you to help you with your child. If I'm telling you, we rock and I care about you and you my loved one, if I see your child out there in some chaos, that's my job to bring your child home safe to you, tell you what I found, and you hold me down and let her know every time he see you and you act up, he's gonna do that. And then when he bring you back here, I'm gonna finish the job.
Okay, that's the truth is true. We're talking about the truth about Black families. And Nat said, and that's it, right? Is it Nat T?
Well,
Am I saying right?
Yeah, that's Nick Taylor, so you could call him Nick Taylor.
Oh, okay, Nick Taylor.
Yeah.
Okay, this name says something else.
Oh yeah, that's his. So his old channel was Nick Taylor. His new channel is NTAT.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
like, look, don't be trying to talk about me. I'm reading what it say.
yeah.
I'm married, but if I wasn't, I couldn't see me dealing with a woman with kids unless the kids are grown and gone. If you live with her, the only thing she can say to me is hi and bye. And there is nothing wrong with feeling this way, but
Yeah.
if you feel this way, just don't deal with people with kids.
That's it. That's it.
You
Be
know, but
honest.
the problem is when you, like Blake said, when you go with this mentality of F these kids, and all day we see you on YouTube talking about F these kids, that's unnecessary, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you know,
But
it's
people gonna do what they want to do, so it don't matter.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But again, if we got back to that point where we understood the man and the woman, because what's one thing we always used to say? It take a village to raise a child. It sound good until it's actually enforced. Right? I come from getting whoopings in school. Nobody was coming to the school saying, "Why'd you hit my child?" They was coming to school saying, "So you made Miss Stallings. So Miss Stallings had to put her hands on you. Go in the bathroom in the school. I'm getting tuned up. They're gonna hit that reset button. So now I got a ruler across my behind 4 or 5 times. Now I'm about to get the belt.
Ooh, wee. Yeah, they ain't doing all that these
Yeah,
days.
they ain't doing all
They
that.
can't
That's why
even
this.
yell at the kids.
Yeah, that's why they can't do nothing. Yeah, yeah.
Why do you think we went in this shift?
Say it again.
Why do you think we went to the shift of like you were able to correct people's kids and now you can't even talk to them? How do
Oh,
you think we got to that point or
so
to this point?
how we got to that point is again you had to remove the discipline out the house. They had to remove the discipline, right? Once you remove the discipline, it's
Hmm.
easier to control the situation, right? Back in the day, a man come home. What did he say? Turn that TV off and get that homework done. By the time I finish eating, y'all better be handing me some homework. And if it's not done, we're gonna go dance. You take out the discipline, then what happens? You can control. You can control the environment. What do they say? If you shoot the shepherd in the head, the sheep gonna scatter, right? Without the shepherd, who's gonna control the sheep?
Yeah, so you just think.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard a lot of what the theories that you're saying. I've heard them
Mm-hmm.
from other people. So I'm like, they must be true. You know, if everybody's saying the same thing, I do think there's a little truth to it.
Mm-hmm.
What is a tactician?
So Nick Taylor was in the military before.
Oh, that's a military job.
Well, a
I never
tactician
heard that
is
word before.
when you're a tactician, it's like you're an expert in whatever you do.
Mm.
So yeah, he's the man when it comes to if all hell break loose, I would try to get to his house. Let me say that.
We're doing good. Okay, so that means that he's the man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And he said he was armed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We see why True coming to your house.
Yeah, yeah. Blaze said
Blake
one
said,
of the worst experiences
oh, go
as a
ahead, True.
child
Okay, True. Things got
having your
comfortable. Go ahead, read it.
having your mother leave work early, come up to the school and ask the principal if there's an empty classroom she can borrow. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the classroom, a bathroom, the back of the class. Sometimes they will whoop you in front of the class to let it be known that it can go down.
Oh, so the mother would borrow an empty classroom and whoop the kid?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got whooped in school many a times for acting crazy.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, listen, you go in that school acting up, and they call your parent. When your parent gets to that school, I used to pray to Jesus that my parents would die before they get to that school. because I know once they get to that door, that's it. That's it. I'm not sitting down for 2-3 days.
What?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
see, now they call that child abuse.
yeah,
True.
exactly. Yeah. I, I was raised like this. When you go to school, that teacher is the authority figure, and you represent me. So when you go to that school acting crazy, and you act like you ain't got no home training, it's gonna make it look like I let you be like this. So before I let the
Yep.
world I have the world think that I let you be like this. I listen. I was told I'll dust you off the earth. I'll go make another one of you. There's a million of me. There's a million of you
What?
swimming in my body. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. You know it. You knew it. Like I said, I used to act. I go to school, act up, thinking I was cute and gonna get away with murder. Nope. Teacher take me in the bathroom, take out a broken yardstick, take my pants down, go across my behind, and I think that was it. Lunchtime
Now
come.
it's crazy because these kids don't even get discipline.
No, they don't get disciplined. No, no, no. They don't at all. That's why most of these kids ain't they not built for survival.
Yeah, they're not ready.
Yeah, yeah,
They
they're
were
not.
not. They're not ready.
No, they're not. A lot of them. They'll pick up guns and shoot each other, but they won't partake. Excuse me, in a fist fight because they can't take getting hit. It never happened to them, so they won't be used to combat. That's why they pick up guns and shoot each other from across the street. Right? They shoot across the
Mm.
street this way, but they looking back this way, and they got the gun sideways, and because that's how it go.
They don't know what's going on.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why and then they don't have respect for their elders.
Oh my goodness, truth. I have seen some of the nastiest conversations here on YouTube where people are just going at the elders and so disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I just even now, even if someone is in their 40s, I'm in my 30s, I wouldn't be cussing them out and acting disrespectful.
Yeah,
Like all that is just not cool. And it tells people that you can get unnerved easily.
yeah,
Like you're easy to mess with.
yeah. It's. I remember we used to be outside thinking we was all grown and cute and cool, and you see that elder come walking, you pull your pants up, you fix yourself up. How you doing, Miss such and such? All right, you need help with them bags? All right, no, I don't need no help, but I got it. Because you don't want word to get back. Hey, you had Miss such and such carrying her bags up the stairs while you was outside hanging on the corner because you might get tuned up just for not know whatever you was doing was not that important. You couldn't call. I couldn't call Miss such and such, because the first time being asked is, yo, you went to school with her? No, Oh, because
Mm,
you didn't put a title on in front of her name. Oh, I forgot. I know. Let's go. I bet you won't forget it again. Right? When everything stopped moving like this, you'll remember to put a miss or Mr. such and such. You'll remember that in a second. Right? When somebody knock you, knock your head off. But again, like I said, if we get back to that, if we could get back to that, I don't think it could happen. But if we can get back to, where a man and a woman, especially Black people, if we can get back to where we understand who we are to each other, I think we'll be doing way better than what we're doing now. But we got to find a way to get back to that. Do I think it will happen? No, no, no. Hell, listen, we in a day and age where you can't even give a Black woman a compliment nowadays without her, feeling like you trying to play her. Hey, I like your shoes. Oh, your hair is beautiful. They looking at you like, I just told you to strip butt naked and just have sexual relations with me right here on the floor. I didn't ask you for none of that. I just gave you a compliment. And then the first thing we say about each other is, look at that. Yo, look how she went over there to that white man. This, that, and the third. Right? Or she'll say, look at him with that white woman. Look at that. He couldn't find no good black woman. Well, when I was over here, handing out compliments, trying to be a gentleman, y'all all told me to kiss your A. Right? How long do you want me to stand on the corner and be nice to y'all and y'all treat me bad? Right? I don't want to be 95 years old waiting for you to come around. Y'all don't want to come around, so I'm gonna just go over here.
So, Truth, can we expect to see you with a white woman?
Me?
Yes. Yes, you.
Listen, she got some money, Don't ask me if I sold out. Ask me when. Don't ask me when if I sold out. Ask me when I sold out. But let me say this. Let me say, if you could be with whoever you want to be with, right? It's fine. It's fine. You could go be with an Asian. You could be with a Filipino. You can go be with a German. You can go be with a Spanish. You could be with a white. You could be with anybody you want to be with. Doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference, right? I'm just saying I don't want the opposite gender of my race looking at me like I did something wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you how many times when I was standing out here by myself, I didn't have nobody, and I would speak and they look at me like I'm crazy, but then they see me walking down the street hand in hand with something, and the first thing they say is, how long I knew you? Yo, yesterday you told me to kiss you told me go to hell. You told me to go to hell. So on my way to hell, I met a woman, and now we walking, and now you find it to be a problem, right? I took your advice. You told me go to hell. I was going to hell, and I found a woman on the way to hell. It ain't my fault. I did what you told me to do. You sent me on that way. I didn't want to go on that way. You sent me on that way.
Y'all, this is the truth about Black families with Truth. Y'all hit the like button. The Truth up here cooking.
Listen,
Put phone chat.
I
I'm
only
putting is Truth cooking, yes or no?
I only speak my truth, and I speak the truth, and that's it. But hopefully, like I said, hopefully we can get back to it. Hopefully we can get back to the Black family, the conducive Black family. Hopefully we can get back to where, you can care for each other without walls going up, without guards going up. People be able to express, a man and a woman be able to express feelings to each other without, having to jump through hurdles. Like I always say this, right? I say, all right, my favorite movie ever, City of Angels. I love it. Love that movie with Nicolas Cage. I suggest everybody go watch it. I love that movie. The song by the Goo Goo Dolls called Iris is the lead song of the soundtrack of the movie. The song starts out, it says, I'll give up forever to touch you because I know that you feel me somehow. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be, and I don't want to go home right now. Now, if I said that to the typical Black woman that I find attractive or I'm falling for, she'll say everything to try to make me not feel that way. But then turn around and listen to the song and say, oh my God, that is so beautiful. Why can't men be like that? What? Luther Vandross saying it is the best thing in the world. I repeat what Luther Vandross say, and all of a sudden you don't believe a word I say. That doesn't make sense.
Truth. This where I gotta put the pause on you. The reason why some Black women don't believe y'all Because some of y'all be lying, and it could be the males and the men, but everybody looks the same.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going with gender, or you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what it is.
Okay.
There's some of y'all out here running the muck.
So, I mean, listen,
We gotta
running a
address
plumb
her.
full muck, right? But it isn't like these women aren't willing to deal with these men running amok, because a lot of these women got children by men who was running amok.
That is true. So
Yeah,
men and women is running amok, and I
yeah,
think that's
and
why we both are on guard.
but then we can't sit here and talk about how there's no black love and all this is missing, and we need to get back to this. Wait a second, if we're going to just have our guard up all the time, then don't that should not be an argument of why can't it be like this, why can't it be like that. It's hard to be like this and be like that. If you give me a dozen roses, long stem, red dozen roses, and you walk me up to a wall and say, knock this wall down with these dozen roses, I ain't gonna be able to do it. It's impossible. I'm gonna need a sledgehammer. I'm gonna need some type of like construction equipment to knock this wall down. Why? Why would I? Why? Like what? Think of in the time it takes me to knock this wall down. That's time. That's time that's taken away from me interacting with you to build not a wall, but to start building a foundation. Right? I hear people.
To Gigi's point, people are scorned. That is what also is in the mix too. Is
Mhm.
people that are healed, hopping into relationships,
Say it again.
making more
Your phone. Your phone.
successful.
I mean, your phone. You have broke up. Say it again.
No, I said that people also being scorned adds another layer to it too, because a lot of people are dating before they're ready.
Yeah.
They're not here. They haven't done the work.
Yeah. Won't hear no argument come out of me. I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, Carrie, come through with it. Carrie said, I think this one was finger point on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
But
know,
I
I
say
agree
this.
with that with you, Carrie.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with it. Listen, whatever happened to me in my last relationship ain't got nothing to do with you, right? That she could have cheated on me every day of the week. I can't be looking at you like, yo, you gonna cheat on me too. That last BITCH, she did this, that, and the third. Nah, because I'm already coming in with the anticipation that it's gonna fail.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? When you go to a job and you start a brand new job, you don't go to like your first day there, you're not, oh God. I can't wait to quit this SHIT. Nah, something bad has to happen for you to start to see why you shouldn't be at that job. Everything is like that in life. You have to see bad for you to understand, is it worth being here or not? But when it comes to our relationships, we come through the door looking for something bad to happen.
I know I do. I be gonna look.
Yeah.
I will.
I could wear
I
this
be
t-shirt.
looking.
I could wear this
Just
Deadpool
sit back and
t-shirt.
I just wait and I let people just talk and talk and talk, and then I see if the actions match.
I could wear this Deadpool t-shirt out on the first date with you. And heaven forbid that last nigga, excuse my mouth, that last man, he had a Deadpool t-shirt on, and that's the last thing you saw him in before he walked out the door and went to move with another woman. Yo, you gonna hold that against me? Listen, I didn't tell him to go to Walmart and buy this shirt. I bought the shirt at Walmart because I thought it was fly and it was $4.99. Right? I come through screaming peace. I don't want no problems. But because of what happened, like being scorned, and which I'm not taking it away from people or from women, or men. Listen, you deal with your past the best way you know how to deal with your past to get over it, to move on in the future. Me, listen, I don't got time to be holding on to the past. I just have my heart cut open. I'm trying to enjoy life. Right? I don't got time to be like, you know what? That last woman did this to me. I'm gonna make all these BITCHs pay for it. And I can't do that.
But some people, speaking to that point, turn into villains.
Yeah, of course. I've seen it. I've seen a guy, white knight, nicest guy I've ever met in my life. He was scorned by a woman. You can't get him to be committed to a woman now. Yeah. Female go to his house, right? And he tell me this. Female come over and he say, listen, we could do our 1-2. Right? Once it's over, hey, get up. Get out. Yeah. No, don't bring no toothbrush, no nothing. She could work across the street from his house. It could be 4:00 in the morning. Get out. Don't get too comfortable. Nah, not around here. Last woman I had living here, she did me wrong. So that's it.
Ooh.
Don't even stay.
I've met people like that. I mean, it's just, but Blaze to Blaze's point, he said both sides can be problematic, but on the flip side, both sides have value. Yes, it's a mess out here, but Black love is very much alive and well. That is very true. There are stories, people that are Black, they have been married for years and years and years. We just happen to see the bad ones because those ones are pushed more.
Yeah, and you see the decline because those relationships that you see for 20, 30 years, that's our grandparents. That's our parents. We ain't like that. Our generation, we don't have a lot of that going on. We have a lot of Black love, but we don't have that opportunity to have 20, 30 years because by the time we find somebody good, you only got 10 more years on planet Earth, seem like 20 more years. So, and then you so busy fighting the wall, trying to tear the wall down for 5 years. You just knocked off 5 years off that last 20. So you got 15 years. I know 15 years seem like a lot, right? But it's not a lot of time when you're trying to squeeze a lot into a little bit.
Versus getting with somebody in high school or when you're in college
Yeah.
and riding it out. But the issue is like I don't know, I think there's just a lot of trauma there. A lot of trauma there. We just don't get along like that, I feel.
Yeah. Again, it's because we're conditioned to not get along, man. And I was just about to say this. Nick says my oldest nephew was scarred. He's checked completely out. His words is if I'm getting treated like a transaction, then a transaction it will be. When my dime's up, my time's up. His words. Yeah, look at that. See?
Wow.
I can't tell him he's wrong for feeling like that neither.
And that for Nick, your cousin, nephew is savage.
Yeah. And I won't be the one to try to talk him out of that. I won't.
And I've heard a lot of that. Somebody told me that when they were with a Black woman, and this was a white man, he was with a Black woman, and he says afterwards it felt very transactional because she was like, which bill are you paying of mine?
Yeah.
And I said, oh, that's what the Black men be saying. So if the white man said it too, but I do think that we are driven by money in the wrong way.
Yeah. There's a story. I'm gonna see if I could find it and send it to you. It was and I'm pretty sure Nick and Carrie they'll be able to confirm this. There was a woman, a Black woman, who met a homeless white man, and she took him home. He was a meth addict, and she took him home and cleaned him up. And he was abusive to her and her special needs child. Right? If that was me on that same corner, homeless, addicted to meth, she wouldn't have saw nothing in me. She was happy to get that, get that Mr. Clean in her life. See, look, Carrie said, yes, I remember her. Right? And then like I said, when he got into the house, he was abusing her, abusing a special needs child. Right? But look where you found him and look at the work you was willing to do. But me coming through the door, I got to float on air like Jesus to get a chance. All he got to do is just be white. That's it. You willing to put all that work in? Listen, if you found a white T-shirt in the middle of the park, would you say, "Oh, I can clean this white T-shirt up and take it and wear it"? Hell no, you'll leave it right there. You got to be out of your mind to think you can do something like that and make it look good. She was out of her mind though, because she tried to clean it up. Yeah, and then put her son out the house for defending her too. Yeah, there you go. We as black men, we always ask, well, can we get that same love? Can we get that same attention? Right? What's worse than if I'm not mistaken, I think he was like a registered sex offender. He was like the worst, right? The worst.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, me as a black man, hey, can I get that same chance? Look what you was willing. Look what you took home and it failed. Hey, how you doing? Can I get some of that same love? Where's that
So
love
you
at?
feel like she gave him a chance that she would not have given
No, she wouldn't have.
someone that looked like you?
No. That woman proved that it was because he was white. Yeah. Look at that. Carrie said, yeah, truth. So that guy was totally garbage. Yeah. That was a story. I remember that story years ago. And we talked about, he was like, how in the hell do you take a homeless white man off the street and attempt to clean him up to make him your man, all because you want a white man? That's crazy.
That is absolutely wild.
That is crazy.
Like, you want to fit in that bad. You want to be invited to their dinner that bad.
That bad. You got to have a zaddy on your arm that bad that you're willing to go to the extreme to get one.
Wow. Carrie said, go ahead and read Carrie's kind of truth.
Nah, she hated black men and would say it all the time on her channel. Yup. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this is true. This is
and
true. This is not my opinion.
Started messing with her and her kid.
He became abusive.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know what black women say?
We gonna learn the truth about everything with truth up here.
Yeah, black women on YouTube they made her the victim. Oh, girl, look at that. You was just trying your best and this and that. And don't give up because there's still a good one out there, this, that, and the third. Now, let me go find a white woman addicted to meth, homeless, clean her up and bring it. Black women would tear me apart. All the black women out here, and you go find you a junkie white woman, say something about you. They would tear me apart. It could be a white woman who I've known all my life who just happened to get on drugs. And I want to clean her up. And in the midst of cleaning her up, I'll fall in love with her. They would tear me apart. Carrie said it, self-loathing runs deep. I couldn't put it any better. That's why I say this. Look, if you want black love, and I'm not talking about relationship, I'm just talking about love amongst black people. We got to learn to understand that we need each other. Not want, we need each other. Right? Because for every black man and black woman out here, there's something that we can teach each other. There's something. You know how many black men run around here with kids without a woman in the house, and he really needs some kind of help? Now imagine a black man is able to come to you and say, hey, my daughter's 10 and she can't boil an egg. You think you could help me teach her how to cook? I can't cook. So you think you could teach us both how to cook? Because we eating noodles and cereal every day, and eating out is getting too expensive. Right? Imagine if we get to that point. Imagine you get to the point where you might need an oil change. You can go to your neighbor who's a black man he ain't trying to have sex with you, and and he come through because he understand ain't no man in the house, so he don't mind. Back in the day, you see the old man cutting grass. He cut grass for him and the two neighbors. Why? Because that's his wife's friends, and both their husbands passed away. So that's the least he could do is try to keep the yard up. And ain't looking for no money, no nothing.
But true, nowadays you can't ask these niggas nothing.
Hey, I understand.
Let's be real here.
I understand.
I wish I could ask somebody for help.
Yeah.
Now, if there's not some cat on the table,
Yeah.
don't even talk to him.
Yeah. I said something last night. When we get off, I'll repeat it because I don't put nobody business in the street. But I said something last night that I know sound like Chinese when I said it, right? I know it sound like Chinese, but I'm conditioned different. I'm raised different, right? So when I say some of the things I say, I don't, and then I don't. I look like something's wrong with me, but in all reality, I am what we're supposed to be.
That's very, very true. Truth.
Yeah.
I mean,
because because I'm a cat that meows, and y'all used to cats barking like dogs, I look like something's wrong with me because I'm doing what a cat's supposed to do. Do you know what they say? Yo, that nigga up to something. Yeah, he ain't gonna fool me. Nah, I'm it. I am it. I don't know no other way to put it. I only know how to be one way. But at the same time, I can't do it all. So I need help. And who I need help from are the black men. And who do we need help from? Black women. If we all understood.
I think something is going to have to happen that's going to make us work together.
Yeah, it's so total eradication. Everybody, you have to purge the hell out of black people to get us all on one page again. You have to purge the hell out of black people.
We might not even see the fruits of that labor in this lifetime.
We won't.
All we can do is try to put the work in.
That's all we could do. That's all we could do. That's
like
all
we don't got enough time on this earth to help black people. But we can start something for the kids.
Yeah. We would have to live about 20 more lifetimes to get it back to that time.
Dang, you think that long? But
yes. Yeah. TV would have to stop existing. The internet would have to stop. And we would have to be left to our own devices to get back to that point. That's why the ones who the like Carrie said, look at that, like-minded ones. The ones who are like-minded, it's so small of a group. We can't find each other because it ain't enough. It isn't like it's just we so scattered all around and small clusters of people. What's the chances? What's the chances? That's why we
What's
find
the chances of us finding each other?
Yeah. How old are you, if you mind me asking?
I'm very offended. No, I'm 31.
All right. Well, you know what?
I'm
no, don't answer it. Don't answer it.
Too late. I don't got no problem.
Okay,
I'm celebrating my birthday on here.
I didn't want to be offensive.
No, I'm not one of those people. I'm gonna get old and be happy. I don't got time.
I've been all right. You know what? Let's take me, Nick, Sly, and Carrie. I've been on Earth for 44 years. I didn't meet them when I was 5. I met them in my older age, right? So, but look at that. Look how long we've been traveling before we found each other. Unless we live for 500 more years, we're gonna have more time on Earth not knowing each other than knowing each other. And that's what I'm saying. In Alaska, how many like-minded black people running around there that you're not related to?
You said how many black people are there running around Alaska?
No, like-minded people who think like how you think. Yeah, that you're not related to. How many black people have you met?
I'm still looking.
There you go. See that?
Traveling.
There you go.
I'm still traveling, like you said, Truth.
There you go.
It's not looking good for me.
Yeah, that
And then you want to read that one, Truth?
I'm blessed with my okay man of 25 years. He too is conditioned like truth, raised up right. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. Lucky 25 years.
Yes.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So she is going to be one of the people that will later on become the teacher, because she could say for a quarter of a century I've been married. As of currently, or not married, she could say for a quarter of a century I've been with my man. I don't know if she's married or not for 25 years, but she could say
Yeah.
that I've been with my man.
And you see a lot of that. You see a lot of 40 years, 30 years, 50 years,
Mm-hmm.
like, but also that is the conditioning you're talking about. That's the growing up, that's the background.
Yeah,
And some of us, I mean, it is what it is. We got here when we got here. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
There's nothing that we could do about our circumstances growing up.
yeah, yeah. That's why I'm a big advocate of speaking from the heart. If the world look at you like you crazy, that's fine. But whatever you feel in your heart, say it, because you don't know how much time you have out here. There's people out here who they'll meet like men. They'll meet a woman and they'll be like, "Oh my God, I feel this way, I feel that way." But I'm gonna just wait until the perfect time to tell her. Yo, you don't. Yo, you know for a fact you gonna live to see that perfect time? Hell no. Excuse my mouth. I apologize. No, you don't know. So you know what you do? You speak from your heart right then and there. All right, Nick, I'll let you. Yeah, you better use every moment on earth to be able to say what you need to say. How do people receive it? That's on them. But can nobody ever say, you wasn't a man of your word, you wasn't a man who expressed himself? They can't say that, because all you can do is just speak your truth. Listen, if you for and anybody who hears this, I just want men, any man who hear this, I want you to understand, unless you have a key or a box of souls up under the bed, unless you have that key where you can go and hit that clock and reverse time and just go back and put years on your life, you don't let opportunity pass you by. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you from experience, don't let opportunity pass you by.
Salty said we both did wrong in our past. We had to admit what we've done wrong and correct it, teach children better, and teach them how to stay beside someone instead of easily throw your hands up and walk away. I feel like there's a lot of that, people throwing their
Yeah,
hands up and walking away.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Once, and I see it too. Once you're not beneficial to that person, they'll leave you out there. They'll leave you to die. Me as a man, I tell you like this. As men, you better go find that woman who gonna hold you down. You better go find that woman, right? You need to find that woman when you get sick and you in that hospital. They'll be right there by your side. When you in that bed and you not feeling
Hmm.
good, they have no problem feeding you soup from a spoon and not feeling like you trying to degrade them, or you trying to hinder them from advancing. Nah, you better go find her. And same thing to that woman. You better go find that man who you know is gonna hold it down. You better go find that man who wants to make sure that your life, that you're put in a conducive environment. Because when you are doing good, that means like we're doing good, right? If you smiling all day and you happy skipping around here, that you got a good man. Something happened to me, and I say, "Hey, my back hurt. Can you rub my back?" It won't be a, "Oh, my hand hurt." It will be a, "Hell yeah, I'll rub your back."
But the problem is, we go back to that. You already know what the problem is there's a lot of people out here, men and women, who is just not good.
Yeah,
And you
yeah, yeah,
open up your arms and you get done dirty, and you are going to feel some type of way. But also, finding that person is doesn't happen on your time, it happen on God's time.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's why again, don't
Yeah,
let
Sherry's right.
don't let opportunity pass you by. Don't let it happen. Don't let opportunity pass you by. Listen, I'm about to say the realest thing you probably gonna ever hear in your life. You ready?
Yeah.
Can I use one curse word?
Oh yeah, truth. It's yeah.
Niggas ain't shit.
I
I get it. I get it.
did not expect you to say that.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But we all ain't the same, right? Unless you could go build a man, good luck. Unless you can go build a man, understand not everybody out here, not all the men out here are out here trying to do women wrong. It's just that's not how it goes.
Yes.
That's not how it goes. That's why I say there's a difference between men and males, women and females. I understand you got to vet. You don't want to just meet somebody on the first day and just move them in your house. And listen, that's good for the movies. I love it. I love. That's why City of Angels is my favorite movie. Right? I love it to death. I love it. The Notebook. I love it. Do I think that's real? No, because it's a movie. I get it. We all would like to live like that, but I get it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm telling men, I can't represent women. I'm not a woman. I have no idea how it is to be a woman for even a second. Right? I have to y'all become the teacher, I become the student when it comes to women. Understanding women. But men, listen, sometimes you better put that pride to the side because your pride might have you watch the woman that was meant for you walk into the arms of another man because you wanted to play around. You wanted to play around. You could either pump fake or you could ball for real. Simple as that. That's life. But I'm talking about the black family. If you want to build that strong black family, and I don't care if it's what, I don't care who it's with. If you want to build that family, you better understand the work that needs to be done as a man. You better and be ready to put that work in. And women, the same thing. Understand, if you believe that from the gate is going to be milk and honey, you are sadly mistaken. You are sadly mistaken. You better be ready to sleep on an air mattress. If y'all talking about building together, you better be ready to say, look, we're not going to go out to dinner for a whole year because we got to figure this out. Right? You better be ready to share a car. You understand everything, the sacrifice that you have to put in. Understand everything might not go your way neither. Men and women, everything might not go your way. Sometimes you might have to do something and get nothing in return. Men and women. But understand if the objective is to get to this point, there's those days where you might have to do a lot and feel like you get nothing in return. But understand it's for the better. It's for the greater good.
Okay, y'all, we got Truth up here telling us the truth about Black families and giving us his perspective and some of his thoughts. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and Truth don't want me to do this, and he already told me not to, but I already told him.
Listen,
And some of my people can lock in with
y'all
him.
don't have to
Subscribe to
subscribe to
his
me. I
YouTube
don't
channel, and y'all gonna see Truth over there telling the truth, okay?
listen. my wisdom is to be shared. People like to keep their wisdom to themselves and like to be selfish. I give it to y'all, right? If I tell you, you know, I'm down for you, you can have you can have it all. It's all yours. All yours. I would never go and say, hey, you know, remember when I said this and you got 10 million views in it? It's yours, right? Here go the
Yeah.
disclaimer. It's all yours. It's all yours. Like when you build and you become big, all I ask is just when you make that steak, just call me over. You know, I'll eat it in the back. Not a problem. I seen your backyard. I'll eat it in the back.
Yeah, the backyard is nice. We're
I
looking for
know it.
some more hot weather so we can do a barbecue.
I know it.
Um, Saucy said, put in the work, eat the bologna sandwich. Look, but see, a lot of people already want people to come ready.
Yeah.
They don't want to do any work. They want you to
Yeah.
come
Yeah.
ready to go with some money, looking good.
Yeah.
And that's just not the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't want A through Y. They just want Z.
Yeah.
But you know, you find you somebody solid, man or woman, find somebody solid. You find somebody who's gonna hold you down. Like I said, you find somebody who's willing to do a lot and understand that you get nothing in return. There's no such thing as 50-50, right? You put 100% of yourself into your situation. I put 100% of myself into my situation. Guess what happens? With your 100 and my 100, we can't fail. We
Mm. Talk to him, truth. Talk to
yeah,
him.
you can't fail, right? Because I ain't got no business going through my knapsack, you know, my sack only giving you what I feel, you know. No, that's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. I give you 100%, you put 100%, we build on that. We build on that. We build on that. Because like, again, if I put 50 and you put 50, the 50% you might be keeping in your sack might be the 50% I need to do better, and vice versa.
Mm.
Right? Again, like
But
minded.
they said 50%, 50-50. Like, what?
Nah,
You gonna
no.
give half your effort?
No, exactly. You're admitting that I'm gonna give half my effort. No, I'll give you full effort. I only ask in return that you give me the same full effort. That's it. That's it. I was told this a long time ago. When people really want something, nothing can stop them from getting it. Everything else gets an excuse. When people want the i the newest iPhone, they'll stand out in the pouring rain for the iPhone with no excuse in the pouring rain. But let you ask them, hey, can you go to the store and get me a loaf of bread? I broke my leg. Oh man, I got to go do this and go do that and this, that, and the third. You're standing in the pouring rain for a phone, but I'm your people. And you give me excuses why you can't get me a loaf of bread. I can't move. My leg is broke. When people really want something, they will climb through hell, and they will surf the highest waters. When it's something that they don't want, that they really don't want it, it gets an excuse. I don't try to construct my I never tried to construct my life like that. Right? Remember I told you this, right? Boys make excuses, men make it happen. I'm a grown man. I'm not a boy. I don't give excuses. I'm gonna try a million times. If I fail a million times, then I'll say, "Hey, I can't get this right. Can you show me how to obtain that?" Right? I'm not gonna give it an excuse because it's I'm a grown man. I don't got time to play with little kids for one. Right? I don't play kid games. I don't have time to make excuses.
That's something that you said earlier when you were talking.
Yeah.
And you were talking about a man's word.
Yeah.
Can you explain and can you elaborate on what a man's word is?
A man's word is everything. It's everything. You know, you might not have a lot to give, but I mean, listen, you give your word and just be a man of your word. I only speak for men. I don't represent women. I don't know nothing about being a woman. Never did. Never did. I never spent 1 second on earth as a woman, right? But I spent 44 years as a man. If I, your word has to be, I'm sorry, how can I, certain things will beat you to the door, right? It's like a job. When you apply for a job, before they see you, before they lay eyes on you, what do they get? Your resume. Your resume is your word. Your resume is who you are. By the time you get to the door, they know what they want to know about you to open the door to let you in. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing when we talk about doing these lives. What I always say, I'm a man of my word. Just give me, I'll do it. I don't care whatever you tell me the time, will do it. Right? You have to, if you want people to trust you and love you and understand, and you want people to be you, I wish people could be with me how I am with them. Not everybody can be like that though. I not get it. But your word it's like currency. You know, your word can get you so much in life. But you just have to be, like I say, I have to be a man of my word. Do I slip up and fall? Sometime and I fall short. Of course I do. I'm only human. But my good outweighs my bad all day long, and that outweighs my bad by a lot. Again, long as I try to keep my word, and I put 100% effort into keeping my word. That's why I'm able to build relationships with people, and people rock with me, right? That's why me and you sitting here doing a live, because of my word.
Mm-hmm. I agree. A person's word is very important, and after a while, when the words don't match the actions,
Mm-hmm.
you start, laughing when that person talks.
Yeah,
Cause it's like your word isn't good.
yeah,
You're just
yeah,
talking.
yeah. Hey, you know, it's like the dude you dealt with once upon a time. Who made all these promises. He didn't keep that. He come to the door and he be like, "Man, baby, I'm this, that, and the third, and I know I said this, but I'm ready." And he like, "Yo, get the hell out of here, man! You crazy." I done
Yeah.
heard enough of that pimp talk before. I'm good. I'm good. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. You have to. If you keep your word, like I said, me as a man, I feel my word is very important. A promise that I make, is very important. So if I make you a promise, I'm gonna put 100% effort into keeping that promise.
And I feel like everyone should do that. I don't know why people are making promises that are not true. Or, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get what the point is. But I guess, people be lying to get what they want.
Yeah, yeah. There's people out there. Listen, they'll connive the hell out of you to get what they want. And then once they get what they
Hmm.
want, they don't care about their word. They'll just leave you high and dry. Yeah. Yeah, because they knew what they wanted from the beginning, and they just needed you to help them fulfill that. Once the mission's accomplished, let's get out. It's goodbye.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
very
a
true.
goodbye. It's a goodbye. and you sitting there looking crazy, trying to figure out how the hell we get to this point. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of that out there.
yeah, that's all it is out there. I'm saying that's all it is, but it's a lot of that out there. And that's why I say I get it. I understand why we don't trust each other. Because we've done
Yeah,
so much
Kay
wrong
made a
to
good
each
point
other.
earlier.
Yeah, we've done so much wrong to each other. We don't, I get it.
And she also said this too. And I do think that the standards have gotten very, very high.
Too many folks stand for others. They don't even come close to me. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. That's the truth. That's the truth. You have a lot of people like that. You know, just like you hear, like when they do those dating shows and they say, black woman want that black man to be 6'7", 800 credit score, no children, making $250,000 a year, you know, and he got to love Jesus and love his mother. But then when you at, with her, she got 5 kids, 5 different men. She's on welfare. She's,
Mm.
how could you set such a high standard when you're not even like you're not close to that standard? How could you do that? You have to be out of your mind
Oh.
insane to believe that makes sense. You clearly have to be out of your mind.
I don't know, because people are just trying to date up, and it's just crazy.
So
Everybody wants someone that's not their equal.
great. I feel it. Let's hear. Look here. If you believe you can go get that person making $400,000 a year, and he's 6'7" and he got an 800 credit score, and he loved God and Jesus and love his mother, and he has no kids, and he's willing to take you the way you are. If you believe that can happen, I will never tell you that. I won't. I would tell you, hey, that's not going to happen. But don't listen to me. Go get it, and while you're going to get it, go find more and start spreading it out amongst other people. Don't just go find one for yourself. Help out the community.
It's like people are not even looking for humans
No,
anymore.
no, hell no.
It
Listen,
is so it's on both sides of the table. I see it being like, okay, just be prepared
yeah,
that when you get that person, everybody else may want that person too.
yeah, yeah. If a woman could go find a man like that, when you find him, you better be getting on a rocket ship to go to the moon. Because if you think you're gonna walk planet Earth with that man, some woman's gonna cut your throat immediately to get him.
Mm.
It's survival of the fittest out here. The first rule of nature is what? Self-preservation. You find that man, you better take him in the house and never let him out.
Okay, truth, talk about it.
Yeah. You send him to the store, there's a good chance he ain't coming back. And the woman that take your man will be your best friend.
Ooh, we done saw a lot of friends, especially on a lot of these talk shows, always start
Mm-hmm.
with two friends they were girlfriends and they had one boyfriend.
Yeah. 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 It happens. Listen, I can't tell nobody, not to fall in love. Right? However it happens is how it happens. But you go find that man and you walking down the street with, Idris Elba to the 95th power, good luck. Somebody's gonna take him from you. Somebody's gonna take him from you. I promise you.
Yeah, she walking down the street with who?
Idris Elba to the 95th power.
See, yeah, I know what's going on. You say Aegis Albert to 95th power. That was so funny.
Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah.
And the
You better
same
be ready.
thing, if you got a nice looking girl,
Yeah, you got you a good woman. And trust
Be
me,
looking like 50 Cent.
yeah, and that woman, you start treating that woman wrong, and let your partner see that you know she a good woman. You treating her wrong. The first thing they're gonna be thinking is, "Yo, I'm about to go ahead and snatch that up," because he don't know what to do with that. Does she go to work? She cook, clean. She treat him like a king. And he's sitting over there beating on her. Oh yeah, let her come cry on my shoulder. It's over. It's over.
Mm.
Right? It's like think about this. You got 5 Africans. Just stay starving. One African eating off the plate. After he finish, half the food is there, and he sit there and he throw it down. You think them other 4 Africans ain't gonna fight over that little bit of food? They go crazy. They might even attack you while you eating it because they you know they want their turn.
And case that happens all the time. And if your friends got more money than you, she finna trade up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I always say when you see people when you know what's the saying that the people used to say? One man's trash is another man's treasure. I truly believe that. Cause
Yeah.
it's some men out here. They got a woman. They be like, "Yo, man, I ain't gonna be with her. Why? What she do? Man, she come in the house and take her shoes off and she don't put them in the closet." And now the man thinking, "What? Because she come home. I just need a woman to come home." Word? Yeah, yeah, man. After work, oh, she got a job. Yeah, she got a job. Where she work at? Man, she down at the hotel. Man, she a general manager. What? Dang, yeah, yeah, man. And then she asked me to change the oil on her car. That's her car right there? Yeah. What? That man thinking to himself, damn, that's everything I want in a woman. Oh, let this, hey, okay. You go ahead and play around and let her go. I got you. I got you. Go ahead and throw her out. That man might be like, yo, you don't need her, man. Yo, F her, man. Just, yo, put her on the street. Forget her. Hoping you throw her out because he's going to be right there. Hey, you need a place to stay? Right over here. You know, that, you know, Jared Quavius, he ain't nothing anyway. I know him. Yeah, you could do way better, but come over here, sweetheart, blah, blah, blah. Oh, ain't y'all friends? Hell no. I don't know him like that. I don't know him like that. Come on over here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's cold and lonely in these streets, and he throwing a good woman out. Okay, I got him. Same thing with women. Women see a good man getting treated wrong. What do women say? Oh, that girl. Oh, she crazy. Yeah. Go ahead and put that nigga out.
That's the same thing that happened to Remy and
Yeah.
Clarissa and
Yeah.
Papoose.
Yeah. Look at Pat. I said this the other day. I said when they was at the award show and Papoose and Clarissa Shields, that's her name, Clarissa Shields. They
Yeah.
they was taking a picture with Snoop Dogg. And Snoop Dogg told his wife, "Hey, come get in the picture." And she stood next to Papoose. He did the most. He did he showed that he is a gentleman. He didn't put his hand around Snoop Dogg's wife. He didn't lean close to her. He gave her the space, right? And gave her that respect and gave Snoop Dogg that respect. If you get a chance, just you could Google it, Clarissa Shields, Snoop Dogg, BET Awards, I think.
Okay.
Look how Papoose was when Snoop Dogg said, "Hey, no, baby, come get in the picture." I said, "Look at this. Look at that. Look like that. That's it right there." And I don't know Papoose personally, but I've had some encounters with him in New York, and I could tell you this: every time he was ever anywhere in any encounter I've ever had with him, and it wasn't like a one-on-one. It might have been I just see him in places. You know, the way he carry himself is very like somebody raised him right. I don't know who it was, but somebody raised him right. And you could
Okay.
clearly
Yeah.
see all he want to do is just be happy. He just want him a woman and he want to be happy. That's it.
Yeah. You can definitely see that, and I think that Remy Ma and Papoose are used to being with someone because they were married for a long time.
Yeah.
And there are some people who don't like to be single
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah,
Like they go from like relationship to relationship.
yeah, yeah. When I hear people say, well, you know, damn, he jumped into that relationship real fast. Listen, I don't care what you think. Something you said it. Some people just don't like being. Yo, listen, we were put on earth. Men and women were put on earth to be with each other. To hell with that. You know, let me stop bug dancing. We were put on earth to be with each other. Go read your Bible. Adam had a wife. It didn't work out. He went back to God, and what did he say? I need a helpmate, God. And that's when God took his rib and created Eve. We talking about the beginning. That's what they say. It's the beginning. That's the story that they say. People out here don't want to be alone. They just have to. They understand that they might, you know, alone is the thing for them currently, and it might be a thing for them for forever. But people don't want to be alone. There's no way in the world. If you are saying, like I hear people say, all I need is Jesus, something's wrong with you. Something's wrong because in the Bible, God didn't create man to be like man and woman to say all I need is Jesus. No, you crazy. That's like you being hungry. I know my stomach is growling, but all I need is Jesus. You're gonna die of hunger.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna die of hunger. I know you need Jesus in a sandwich, right? A bowl of cereal or something, some spam or some tuna fish or something. you know, we better stop running around here talking about we don't need this and that, and you know, I'm gonna use this time to find myself. If you ain't find yourself yet, something wrong with you. You should
But
know who you are.
sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. The truth, I gotta use the bathroom, so we're gonna go on a break. Or is that okay with you?
Yeah, you do your
You
one
gotta
too.
like
You do your thing.
okay, okay.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll put on the a little break video,
yeah,
and I'll be right back.
yeah. I got you. No problem.
All right, all right, all right. Thank y'all for holding. We are back. We are back with time for tea, the truth about Black families with truth. And thank you guys so much for still hanging around. Um, yeah. We up here talking and we are learning from truth. Really, like, from his perspective. And I'll say this. I didn't want to even have this discussion without you being present because I felt like you were a voice that we needed to hear. We need to hear from a Black man what they think.
Yeah.
And then you hear from the woman. And I feel like we're spending a lot of time going at each other, saying, you're wrong, I'm right, and all this, whether versus just working together.
Yeah. 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 We
It's
again,
really unfortunate.
yeah, again, we have to we have to learn how to get along with each other, how to trust each other, and we have to understand what it takes to build a conducive environment. Right? I can't ask you to take care of the kids if all they hear me doing is hollering and screaming. Right? I'm not gonna want to come straight home from work if all I hear you doing is hollering and screaming.
And I'll be honest with you, Truth, I've had a lot of relationships where it was just so much arguing.
Yeah.
Why do you think we argue so much?
Because we're conditioned to not trust each other. We're conditioned to hate each other. We're conditioned to be at odds with each other. Right? So this is sad. This is sad. I heard a man one time say he left the woman he was with. She came home from work and he was just gone. He said, "To hell with this, I'm out of here," and he just left. And then he was asked, "Well, why did you leave like that?" And he said, "My woman goes to work, and her supervisor, who is a man, tells her what time to go to work, what time to eat lunch, what time to leave, what to do all day. And then she come
Mm,
home and I just suggest something and she totally flips on me." And somebody said, "Well, she go to work to get paid." He said, "Yeah, but we're together. If something happens and she doesn't get paid anymore, she can rely on me. But if you'll go over here and have somebody tell you what to do all day, every day, and you do it with the smile on your face, whether the smile is real or not, you do it every day with the smile on your face. But then you come home and I say, hey, look, I don't want to eat McDonald's tonight. You think you could cook?" And you just cuss me out. How am I supposed to understand that this is how it's gonna be every day and
mm.
look forward to it? That's like the man who he's a mama's boy, but yet he trying to be somebody's husband. That ain't never gonna happen. It can't work because the person you with is not as important as your mother. Your mother call you and say, "Hey, can you take me to Walmart?" And you fly. Your wife say, "Can you take me to Walmart?" Oh, man, I've been running around all day. I'm tired, and oh my God, you gotta go now. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. So, it requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of work. But again, we have to be ready to put that work in. And I'm not talking about, like you hear, I've heard women say this. Well, if you want me to be like this, you got to show me. No, no, no. I'm talking about through the door, because we don't got a lot of time on planet Earth. I don't care what people think. You never know when your ticket gonna be punched. You never know.
Mm,
So from the beginning, we need to start creating some good memories. We need to be living. We need to live every day as if it's our last day together. That's what we need to be doing.
and I think that we're definitely not taking advantage of that.
No.
And people are living every day like it's their last. Mm. And why I get it to son, you want to soak it up, but dang, y'all soaking it up so much that by the time you get to 30 and 40, you run down.
Listen, if I'm going to be run down, let me be run down with a woman who want to be run down with me. Yeah, you ever look at the movie Up? You ever seen that movie Up?
Yeah. I haven't seen it in a while though.
That's how it needs to be right there. Until somebody dies, we need to be holding each other down. That's how it should be. We should not be finding every reason to just haul ass and run out the door. That should not be us. We should not be out here trying to we should not be out here with married or in a relationship or together, and then the littlest thing makes you start to rethink the relationship. Shouldn't be like that. People complain, oh well, he don't talk and this, that, and she don't talk and this and that. Listen, people in the Holocaust died holding hands. You understand what I'm saying? They went to the bitter end together. We could figure it out. We can figure it out. Everything can be accomplished. You can act like it's the end of the world, but it's not that serious. And that's true. Only God only knows the timing. All right, let's just run with that. Let's just run with that. God knows the timing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if God puts somebody in front of you and you look at this person and say, oh man, this is the person I want to be with, what are you supposed to do? What are you waiting for? You ever heard the joke about the man drowning in the ocean?
No.
There was a man drowning in the ocean, and he said, God, please save me. And a boat came. And he said, hey, get in. And the man said, no, I'm waiting for God to save me. And then another boat came, and they said, get in. He said, no, I'm waiting for God to save me. Third boat came, get in. No, I'm waiting for God to save me. And the man drowned. He died. Then he went to heaven. And he said, God, how could you let me drown in that ocean? I begged you for help. And God said, I sent you 3 boats. That's your timing right there.
Ooh. When do you think a person realizes they missed their time? When they miss the time?
When they want to realize they missed their time. And what I mean is when unless you have some inclination of when that time is going to happen, again, you better live every moment as if it's that time.
Mm-hmm.
You better do it. You better, because you don't know. Like, what if we all What if we all go to sleep tonight and we, half of us don't wake up? I'm never going to be one of them people who said, you know what, man, I wish I would have did this. No, I'm going to do it, because if I don't wake up, at least I tried to do everything that I had to do, that I wanted to do for that I was able to do for that moment. I'm going to say what I want to say. I'm going to pour my heart out. And if I happen to not wake up in the morning, hey, at least I die with no regrets.
No, that's right. Yeah. Some people be scared to try certain things.
Not me. Not me. Not me. I'll say whatever I need to say. If the world look at me like something's wrong with me, hey, it is what it is. I'm not going to go to sleep with all of that on my mind, though. I'm going to say what I need to say. Like I was telling somebody this just the other day, right? We were talking about love at first sight. And he's like, do you believe in love at first sight? I say, yeah, it happens all the time. He's like, I don't think it happens all the time. I said, why don't you think it happens all the time? He said, because people not running around here telling people that they love them. I say, yeah, because they scared to tell them. But it happens all the time. But people just too scared to say it. Just say it. They could look at you like you crazy, or they could accept it. Right? But at least if you died, you can't go. If you believe in heaven, you believe in God, Allah, whoever you believe in, you can't stand in front of that creator saying, yo, God, man, I told you all I want to do is be in love. What happened? God gonna say, yo, what happened to the woman that you was standing next to in Walmart that you was adoring? Yeah, I know, but I couldn't tell her. Hey, that ain't my fault. I heard your prayer and I sent her. What was I supposed to do? Do the talking for you? You had the opportunity. You didn't do nothing with it. Me, I don't waste opportunity. I don't waste opportunity. Not me. Not me. I come out. I'm a boxer. I come out swinging. I don't care. I don't give a damn about strategy. I'll come out swinging. I throw everything at the board at one time.
Ooh. I got a accessory board I'm investing into.
Huh?
I said I got an accessory board I'm investing into before I just give you my all.
We all do. We all do. I ain't about to throw everything at every board out there. Hell no. Right? But if I see the board that I like, everything getting thrown at one time. Remember what I said? It don't take a whole day to recognize sunshine. Ain't no way in the world. No way. If you got two eyes that work, it don't take a whole day to recognize sunshine. You can see it a mile away. Right? It's just like I said, it's just certain things we'll fight it off as long and as hard as we can.
Mm-hmm.
And then look crazy when we want it and it ain't there anymore.
So there's gonna be a lot of people out here looking cray.
Yeah, it is a lot of people out here looking cray. Because that's how we are. Like I said, we the first ones to scream. Why hasn't this happened? Why can't that happen? And blah blah blah. Listen, it was there. It was the opportunity was there. Why didn't you take it? It was there. If you believe in God, it says it in the Bible. All prayers are answered. It says it in the Bible. But we just want the answer the way we want the answer. That's like right now, if you pray, God, I could use $1,000, and you go outside and there's $1,000 covered in dog doodle. I ain't touching that. Hey, you prayed for that. You better pick that up. Right? You better figure it out the best way you know how. But there go your prayer answered right there.
But dog, dude, I don't know, truth.
No, listen, it's $1,000 and your stomach touching your back. I bet you, you better go pick that money up. Better take it in the house and wash it off. You figure that out later.
Yeah, see now the stomach touching the back changes the game.
Yeah.
But, ooh.
Yeah. Listen, my stomach don't gotta be touching my back. Let me walk outside right now and find $1,000 with a lump of dog doodle on it. I'm gonna scoop it up with my hat, throw the hat away. I don't care about that. I got $1,000. I'm good. Right? I made it. Thank you. Right?
Mm.
Like I said, I don't I'll wash it and give me my, there you go. See, I don't listen. Opportunity is not meant to be passed up on, and especially if I know that's an opportunity that I asked for, I'm jumping out the window. I am me personally. I am. If it don't work, hey, it just don't work. On to the next opportunity. I
Yeah.
got to figure it out. But I'm never gonna go to sleep at the end of the night and be like, damn, I should have did that. Damn, I'm gonna do
I know that's right. Um, I feel like when you have young children, you're gonna be, or you should be a little bit more hesitant about, getting involved. But I feel like for you, like your children are grown, like, you could throw everything at the wall
it. Yeah, I mean,
and you can land all right.
even though my children are grown, I still have to use some caution because I don't want to introduce them to 50 different women. My children, they trust me. They respect my opinion. They respect me and the things that I say, the things that I do. They know I would never steer them wrong. So if I introduce them to somebody, they know that that person's important to me. They're gonna just be, James Schmain walking down the street that I'm trying to hook up with. They know it. They know that this person is something special. So they're gonna come in giving their all too because they know how I am.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense because you see some kids that have their parents are dating and they have a lot of different boyfriends.
Yeah.
And you can kind of tell in the child's behavior that they're used to different men or women being around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really unfortunate because the kid starts to not take you serious, like what you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You gotta you again, I'll say this. It don't take a whole day to recognize sunshine. It does not. It doesn't. But have it in your mind what you're looking for. Don't try. Don't try to. Don't find somebody and then try to turn them into what you want. Right? Find somebody who has the things that's conducive for you, and then you know pour it on the table. Pour that 100% on the table. Now, if they be like, well, I don't think that I could do it. No, no. Then you start pushing your stuff back in your bag. And say, let me get out of here then. No, because that's not what you're there for. Don't let that
Mhm.
situation, you know, don't let that situation cause you to go into the next situation, with reservation. We all been through something. We all been through something, but understand it could be worse. You lived through it and you was able to live through it in order to do it again.
But she gets tired of going through the same thing after a while. And after a while, you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna stop eating from this table and I'm going to another table.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll go, hey, this table ain't working, no problem. I'll sit right at this table right here. Yeah, but I'm not sitting down like, I don't trust nobody at this table. I'll be like, hey, the last table sucked. The last table sucked. They crazy over there. Hey, what's up? Everybody, we good? Yeah.
Yeah. But you bring up some good points. Some good points. So we talked about the man. We talked about a little bit about the woman from my point of view. But one thing we really haven't talked about is the children.
Yeah. What
And
you?
you've raised kids before.
Mm-hmm.
What advice would you give to a black man raising children?
It's funny you asked that. Just this morning when I was leaving, there was a guy walking his 3 little daughters to his car, and I stopped and I told him, I said, "Man, I got 4." And I told him the age, and he was like, "Man, it's hard, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah, it is, bro." I said, it is. I said, "It was and it is." But I told him, I said, one thing you got to remember to do is, just make sure what you do is what you wouldn't mind them seeing you do. Right? Because understand what they see you do can determine how they're going to be. And are you ready for that? Right? I mean, and I didn't tell them, but that means, if don't be arguing and cursing their mother out in front of them. If y'all listen, y'all have conflict, go into a room, or if you can't, just go somewhere where the kids can't hear it, turn on the music, talk. Don't holler, scream at each other. If you got to leave, and just everything you do it, but understand who you doing it in front of. That's one. Two, remember everything you've been through. So when they start going through it, you have a better understanding. You're not quick to jump out the window and just be like, "I'm gonna beat your ass." I used to tell my daughters, I should say, "Look, listen, I know how I go." I told my daughters, I said, "Look, I know y'all curse each other out. I'm not crazy." They looked at me like, "No, we don't." Stop it. When ain't no adults around, I know y'all call each other bees. That's fine. Just don't let somebody else come back and tell me that they heard you calling each other bees, because that's when we're gonna have the problem. Right? I get it. I know how it is because I couldn't wait to start cursing. Right? I thought I was the man when I started cursing. Right? you know, just understand that you once were them. You once were them, and then
Mm.
you would raise them better. You will raise them better when you have the understanding that you was once them. In the same way things wasn't fair to you when you was a kid, they thinking just the same. It's not fair. I know it's not fair. I know. But the answer is not to just do what I say. I'm gonna beat you. Nah, explain to them why they have to do it. Now, if they act like they don't
Yeah.
want the explanation, then you might have to get some corporal punishment going. But don't make that last resort. Off the top, uh, uh, treat them, especially if you had like bad parents. You want to treat your kids the way you wish you would have been treated. I'm not saying be a friend, but what I'm saying is, you know, be very understanding of how you are with your children. They come in the house with bad grades, and you say, "Damn, I remember when I came in the house with bad grades, and I was trying to explain to my mother or my father how I got these bad grades, and they didn't want to hear it. They just whooped me off the top. Remember how that made you feel, and take it over there to your children. When they explaining how they got them bad grades, just listen to them."
hmm One thing I try to do when Ava comes and tells me stuff, I try to not get mad. And I never want to overreact when she is telling me a story about how she feels or something that happened at school. Even if I don't like what she's saying,
Yeah,
I don't want to overreact because I've heard, adults say when I was telling my mom this and she would overreact, I just stopped telling her stuff.
yeah. Yeah, I used to tell my daughters, right? I say, when they would try to explain something, and they'd be like, "Oh, wait, I don't know." I say, "Look, just say whatever you feel like you need to say. I'm intelligent enough to take the words that you're trying to say. I could put them together for you. We're going to have a conversation. Don't try to figure out what to say. Just say what you have. Just say it. Just say it. And then we're going to get through this. Right? I used to, so when my daughters would act up, right? I used to tell them, all right, well, since y'all want to act up, not a problem. I want 1,000 words, 1,000 words on why you did what you did, what you learned from it, and how you not going, and why won't you do it again? 1,000 words to a child, and I would make them count the words. And I would say the letter A is not a word. My daughter one time came to me when I made her do that. She said, "Can I just get a whooping?" Nope. Go write 1,000 words.
Dang.
Yeah, because I don't want to write 1,000 words right now as an adult. So can you imagine a child writing 1,000 words? But at the same time, when I made them do that, and I would make them read it to me, they knew they would learn that they would learn a better lesson than me just putting a belt to them. Because they have to write what they're feeling, explain why they did what they did, and then give me a resolution. And now after they read it, I say, do you mean what you said? Because I'm going to remember that. You said, this is why you'll never do it again. It was embedded in their head because, again, they had to write every single word. And I would tell them, and don't write, I'm sorry. If you put if you put those words together, I'm sorry, I'm going to make you write. I'm going to rip the whole thing up and make you write it again.
Dang, Truth wasn't playing no games.
No.
But, actually, actuality, what you were doing is almost worse than the whooping at the same time, but less, maybe it would teach the children better.
Yeah.
Instead of just whooping or just taking the item away, you need to instill enough discipline where you don't even have to go to whoopings.
No,
because they should respect you. In my opinion. And I always say this, it's better to get to your child when they're younger versus when they're teenagers and they're already grown. It's going to be so much harder to instill that discipline.
Yeah.
Start when they're younger. But I will say in Black households, the discipline can be over the top.
Yeah, we Black parents, man, they curse their kids out like they grown adults. Child do something, or a child's like they feel is annoying. They tell the child, "Get the F out of my face. Go sit your effing A." You got to be a psychopath to curse your children out like that. You curse your children out like they grown men and women.
So sick, so sad. And the kids can stay bad because that's not enough. And they talk to them so nasty. It's just terrible.
Yeah. I remember when I was a police officer, a mother and the father was in court. And the father was telling the judge, like, look, my child's mother, my daughter's mother is abusive. And of course, at the end of the case, whatever they did, the mother won. And when the mother was walking out the court, she grabbed the little boy, the little girl by the hand. And there was a little boy. And she was like, come the F on. And then the little boy's taking too long. Yeah, in the court. The little boy's taking too long to get up. And the mother said, get your effing A up and let's go. And snatch the little boy. I get up and I say, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. What the F am I say, yo, child abuse. I just look what you just did. I do that. And I was told, take the handcuffs off of her. And then the judge says, ma'am, if I ever see you do that again, you're going to regret being in my court. I was like, yo, you're going to he just told you that she's abusive to the child. You bear witness to it, and you still ain't gonna do nothing. Now imagine that child got to go home. Imagine what that child's living in home.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's horrible that we are like that with our children. Let me tell you, have I cursed at my children? Yup. When they pushed me to that point, and I knew that they was when I've got to put belt to A, I sure enough used curse words. But that was not my first resort. Right? I used to tell them, I used to say, come sit down and tell me why you did what you did. And I would explain to them, look, you know how it makes me and your mother look when you go out acting like that? People gonna think that we ain't doing our job. You know, we do our job. You know, and then I will.
Did he freeze for y'all too? Okay. We're gonna see if Truth gonna come back. You know what's so funny? Earlier Truth froze and today Truth froze. But we got 2 hours and 40 minutes. Y'all hit the like button. So Truth came back up to say his piece, and he got to say his piece. And we might have to do a part 3. The way this is looking. Okay, I'm gonna drop him down. We're gonna see if he start moving again. But the truth is so true. Shout out to Truth. It's always a good conversation when he comes up. We'll see if he come back. Truth, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Chrome just went out.
You
Google
know,
Chrome
I
just
was
went
saying, I was like, look, it froze earlier and it froze again, but at least we got it in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
but yeah, you know, if you know, just got to learn to be patient with our kids. That's all. You know, you want your children to see conduciveness. You want them to see that. You know, that's it. You just want them to see that.
Yes, it's salty. It is so sad and they expect them to do good. And I will say the kids that get yelled at and talked to like they're grown adult and cussed out, they don't, excuse me, they don't go off and are productive citizens. They have issues. They have problems. They have trauma. You know, imagine you getting talked to just in a nasty way at a young age from your mother or your father.
Yup.
And it's sad because your childhood is so important. And when it's not good, it's like you're set up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It feels like a setup to me.
Yeah. You set up for failure. You know, you don't you don't want to you shouldn't want to fail your children. You shouldn't want your children, you know, to grow up to be failures. But again, we have to understand what it takes to raise kids. Like people love to make them, but
Talk
people,
about it.
people
These kids at school, these families with all these kids, and that's if you can have as many kids as you want, that's up to you. But it's sad when they have to sit in the house, clothes are dirty, hair is a mess.
mm-hmm,
That's a sad way to live. I
yeah,
wouldn't want any kid to not, have the best, but it happens. And it is sad. And then there's cases where you can do everything right. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. You could do everything right, and then the children still will grow up messed up. You know, but the good thing about it is, if they grow up messed up, and you one day looking at them, you know, instead of being able to hug them, you gotta give them a fist bump to some glass in the jailhouse. At least you
Mm.
can hold your head proud, you know, hold it up high and proud, and say, "You're in this situation because of you, not me."
I agree with that point. I always say this. All I can do as a mom is my best. And after that, it's like I've done what I can do.
Yeah,
I did my best. I tried
yeah,
my hardest.
yeah.
There's gonna be other factors in the world and other people, and I'm not responsible for their actions.
No, no. I
But
mean,
you can try to have good people around you. But man, I'm telling you, you can be with somebody for 10 years. Wake up on the 10 year one day, it's a different person.
yup, yeah, yeah. Like I tell every kid, I say, look, you better start learning quick because you only a kid for 18 years. You're gonna be an adult way longer than that, and it's hard out here. You know what's the old saying? When you 12 sleeping on the couch, you cute. When you 22 sleeping on the couch, you nigga, you need to get out.
Hmm.
Yup,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Who's that comedian that said, he knew it was time for him to go. He woke up one morning with an army brochure on his chest. Yeah, you know.
I don't remember what comedian was that was, but there's some funny jokes, and all the adults have an understanding of how we wish we could be kids again.
Yeah,
We wish we can go back
yeah,
and really enjoy our lives. And then that's why when you see adults not do right by their own kids,
yeah,
by their own flesh and blood, it tells you a lot about a person.
yeah, yeah. Yep. I remember growing up, I knew a woman who lived in the projects and she had some kids, and her kids used to see her bring men in and out all the time. All the time. I'm talking about all the time. And I'll be damned, they started growing up and their habits were very similar to hers. Yeah,
You don't say.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The
I
the
got story after your story.
she had a daughter, and the daughter one time came home, and the mother was in the bed with the daughter's boyfriend. Yeah,
Dang.
yeah,
Ooh, that got messy quick.
very quick. She as everybody started getting older, the mother wanted to compete with the daughter. Like she didn't want to be old; she wanted to stay young.
I got so many questions for you, Truth.
Yeah, I would never forget that woman. That she used to sleep with her son's friends.
Why people don't want to grow up, Truth?
I, because when you grow up, a different responsibility happens. It kicks in. A different responsibility kicks in, and people don't want that responsibility.
Yes, we see a lot of young parents out here
Hmm.
and young grandparents.
Yeah.
And you made me think of the fact that people go to the club with their parent now
Hmm.
because they are around the same age. And I thought about that when you were saying the mother's daughter or the mother was sleeping with her daughter's boyfriend. But how do you feel about parents going to the club with their kids?
That's crazy. I would never go to a club with my daughters. Never. That will never happen. Never. I don't know what they do. Now I don't know what they're gonna do as adults, and I don't want to see it. Right? I told my daughters, right, when we had, you have that talk when they get to that age and they're gonna,
Hmm.
right, what they call it, the sex talk. I told my daughters, I said, look, let me explain something to you. I know you're gonna have oral sex. Just don't have oral sex with everybody. I
Sure,
know.
you have to talk the talk.
Yeah, yeah. I told them that. They'll tell you. I told them. I know you're gonna be,
You ain't
doing
even
this
make
and
up
doing
no
that.
names or nothing.
Yeah. Just don't do it with, and I said it in the words that they understand. Because when they get out here, it ain't gonna be nobody talking about oral sex. They're gonna say it the way. They're gonna say it the different way. So I told them, I said, look, I know you're gonna be doing this. I know you're gonna be that. That's fine. Just don't do it for everybody. You can go be a freakazoid. Just don't be a freakazoid with everybody. Find you somebody and go be a freakazoid with that person.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is everybody trying to be with everybody.
Yeah.
And y'all
Yeah.
need to ask Diddy how that worked out, trying to be with everybody.
Yeah. Listen, like I said, I told my daughters that. I know you're gonna do it. That's fine. Just don't do it with everybody.
Ain't nothing wrong with keeping it real,
Yeah.
And Cassandra B, she said, hi, hey, nine. How are you doing? How are you doing? We, in truth, are just talking about the truth about Black families from his perspective, and he's telling us what he thinks. And we're doing this live stream because earlier today we got cut off, and we did want to do some more content together anyway. So it
Mm-hmm.
all worked out. And true, you let me know if you gotta go, or if I know you be having work and stuff. You let me know. I don't want you to say I told you hostage.
Oh no, I'll talk trash later. Don't worry about it. It'll be all Toya fault.
You want to read Carrie's comment?
Let me see what Kerry said. Women were not built to move like men. Women are receivers, so we have to be careful about who we give ourselves to. That's the truth. I believe it. Listen, I always said when you whip somebody and you have an intercourse, you're exchanging energy. You don't want just everybody to have your energy. You want to you want to keep it to a minimum as much as you can. But there's some people out here who built for it. They don't give a damn. There's women out here, they'll sleep with 4, 5 men, and they'll go to Denny's like nothing ever happened. So I can't. You just got to be careful of the people. You decide that you're gonna be with. Um. And another reason is you don't want to start making babies with any and everybody.
Oh, truth. Don't take us there. Not on a baby, mama, baby,
Yeah, you
daddy
don't want to. You don't
conversation.
want to. You don't
You
want
finna
to.
make somebody mad. You
Well, hey,
finna
it's the
trigger the
truth.
Black community.
You don't want to be out here just
That's
making
why I
babies
had
with.
to get truth up here to tell y'all the truth, because y'all don't believe me.
Yeah, you don't want to be out here running around making it's crazy. I hear people got a whole bunch of kids and they say, "Oh, I take care of all my kids." No, you don't. You got 5 different baby mothers, with 5 different kids, 5 different women. You don't take care of your kids. That's impossible. It is humanly impossible. Because you still have to live for yourself. You could call yourself all a great dad and all that. That's fine. You could do that. I can't tell you not to lie to yourself. You could lie to yourself all day long. It's just be careful who you making babies with. You could hurt yourself out here bad. You can. Men and women. You could hurt yourself bad out here. I used to see women in the South, like my mother's from South Carolina, and those women, they would be with a man, have a baby, be with another man, have a baby, and then be with another man, and they'd be like, I want to give you a child. No, no, no. I don't want a child. I want a car. I want, a piece of jewelry. Or I want, a gold bar. I don't want a child. Like they would say that. No, I want to give you a child. For what? Because I love you and we in a relationship. No, no, no. Hell, it don't. Look what you did with them last two. Them last two you gave kids to, and they didn't want them. And now I'm with you, and I got to. No, no, no. No, no. Call me whatever you want. You call me the devil, the Chan. You call me whatever. The Satan, Beelzebub. You call me whatever you want. I don't want. Don't just be trying to give me children. That's crazy. Don't try to give me
It's
a
like
child.
people love to have babies, but don't want to take care of them.
Yeah. You know, you.
Like you're not giving doing a privilege by giving me a baby.
No, give me
If
something.
you
That's not a gift. When people say, "Oh, children are," a woman giving a man a child is a gift. No, I could write a Christmas list right now, and nowhere on that list will be a child. Nowhere.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm not saying, man, on Father's Day, I wish I could have a child. Hell no. No, it doesn't work like that. When you start having children, I mean, we don't, but you should understand. Look, if you made a child and things went bad, now this is what I'm telling you. You better use some caution when you start making another child, because we ain't talking about a relationship. You can go get married 1,000 times. That don't mean nothing. We talking about a child, another human life out here. A man and a woman could get married. They could be at odds and go get a divorce and just go their separate way. But when a child is involved, it ain't no easy split. You got some responsibility to handle.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, excuse me.
And shout out to El Cheapo, she know all our kids.
El Cheapo, how you doing tonight? It's you better be careful who you making kids with. You better be careful. And another thing we need to do is,
gonna be on child support court.
let's just say
gonna
that
be on YouTube crying.
let's just say that don't happen. You go get 7 women pregnant and make 7 kids, right?
Mm.
You know how many people out here don't know their siblings? Why would you want to run the risk of your children possibly dealing with each other?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
True for all, because I know one person, he has 5 baby mamas, 5 kids.
I know somebody who got 10 kids, 10 different baby mothers, and most of those kids all live in the same town, and they all don't know each other.
Yeah, that's sick. And you're right. What if they run the possibility of getting with their siblings?
Yeah, yep.
But it's like, how did you find 10 people to have baby? I'm with Carrie. It's a breeding kink at this point.
Yeah.
I have met many men that said, I want to give you my baby. It's like, what? Why is that an accomplishment for someone to carry your baby and then you just dip out? I'll see you later.
Listen, when you start seeing, I see it a lot. I see people who have a whole bunch of kids and their kids don't know each other. And I say, God, that is sick.
It's sad. And like you said, people say they have all these kids, they take care of them all by all these different women. No, you don't.
No,
Taking care of them is not what you consider really taking care of them with just seeing a check. El Cheapo has 2 kids, and then the kids have other brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And she took her daughter to spend time with their brothers in Vegas. Like, that's dope, because we're talking about, like, it's got to be sad that you have siblings out here that you don't know, or that your parents don't get along with the other baby mamas or baby daddies. People have such big blended families now.
Yeah.
It gets deep.
Yeah. One thing, like I said, you can have one child, and if you and the mother ain't not together, you can't be like, oh man, I give my child, the time, father should get. No, you don't. No, the conducive, let me tell you, the ideal thing is for the child to be raised in the house with the mother and the father. right? Because that's not possible, but because it is, you might be, split up. You living over here, the mother and the child live over here. That child is not going to get the equal time that it gets with the mother because it's always with the mother, right? So you trying to cram a lot into a little bit of time. Now,
what don't they get? Truth. The math ain't mathing.
yeah. And now that's one child. Now you take that and multiply that by a lot. I'm sorry, you divide that by a lot. Come the weekend time, which child you picking up? Excuse my mouth. You mess around and be spending your whole weekend driving to pick your kid.
And guess what? They'll have 5 kids and 5 baby mamas and still be dating.
Listen.
And that's like being the 6 baby mamas a privilege. Nigga, stop playing.
Listen.
Listen. Curse.
Yeah, by the time you pick up all them kids and you get them to one location and spend time with them, it's time to take them all back.
And you gotta work. And like you said, Truth, it's hard out here for
It's hard out here. It's hard. It's hard. Listen, I made one child and never make no more.
You take care of them, you mean you send a check.
That's what
Which is
what
not
it is, yeah.
taking care of your kids. But in today's time, people consider that taking care of their kids, sending a check.
Yeah. Again, I raised 3 kids that wasn't mine, right? So they am I going to say, well, I gave them the best? Listen, no, I didn't give them the best. I gave them what I could give them. Good, the good thing about it was enough for them to all grow to be, good kids, and they went on to become good young adults, But listen, you got 5, 6, 10 kids by 10 different women. Ain't no way in the hell you gonna be a good father. I don't care. You could be a billionaire and still can't be a good father with 10 kids with 10 different. Unless you could teleport those kids by the snap of a finger and they all could just come to you. No, you're spending all your time picking kids up.
Exactly. And we have it confused about what being a good parent is. Just because you have money, kids don't even really care about money. They'll wear Walmart shoes.
Yeah.
Any top ramen. They don't care about money.
Yeah, they just want you to be there.
They care about time.
Yeah.
And so we have it confused about what being a good parent is. You can be a poor parent, your kids can be happier than everybody.
Listen, again, imagine all them kids, summertime come around and they all decide, can we go to Disney World? You got 10 kids. Good luck. Let's just say you are able to rent a family van, 15 passenger van, and drive them all to Disney. You know what the bill is going to be on that? Hell, 10 kids at IHOP is a lot. You talking about a summer vacation. Listen, you got 10 kids. Imagine graduation time. Somebody's gonna be left out.
And then we gonna see them kids on TikTok later on down the road airing their parent out.
Yup.
Because you guys think it's all about money. It's not.
Yeah.
So much more than that.
Yeah. Who do you tell?
Like I said, they'll be cool with Walmart shoes and top around. They don't care.
Yeah. Which kid do you tell I can't come to your graduation because your brother and your sister graduating the same day? But mommy's gonna take a whole bunch of pictures and show me. Which child do you tell that to? And whatever child you tell that to, you better be prepared for that child to turn on you. You better be prepared because it's gonna happen. The only good thing about a whole bunch of kids is if something happens and you need blood, you got 10 kids. Somebody's gonna be your blood type.
Truth be telling the truth out here in these streets. Y'all hit the like button.
That's the only
That
thing.
truth
That's
be
the only
telling the
benefit from having
truth.
10 kids by 10 different women.
And even that is selfish.
It is selfish. It's very selfish. It's very
And but
selfish.
I see a lot of selfish parents out here. Even when they get grown, they feel like, well, I lost my time because I had you.
Yeah.
And so I'm finna go wild out.
Yep. Yep. The child goes into adulthood and you ready to go start living your life.
You've been waiting to put that cooler on the market.
Exactly. You should have been living your life. Right. I did all my craziness before I had my daughter. I did everything crazy I wanted to do before I had my daughter. I'm 44. I ain't trying to be in my 40s and 50s talking about turn up. Turn up what? If I'm saying about turn up, it better be the vegetable and I better be cooking it, in the kitchen. I'm not trying to turn up nothing.
But people don't want to grow up these days, truth.
So they can
There
have
are
it.
some 40-year, 50-year-olds who will still talking about, you know, having a whole bunch of women, going to the club.
And
And it seems like the older people are getting more and more wilder too.
you know what they look like? You know what they are in the club? When they in the club going crazy, somebody be like, yo, who mother is that? Who daddy is that? Right?
Ugh.
This is a slap in the face to all them people who want to be old in the club, right? Man go up to a female in her 20s and you in your 40s and 50s, and you be like, how you doing, sweetheart? Can I buy you a drink? And she go, no, sir. Get your ass out the club and go home. She said, no, sir. No, sir.
Mm.
She just gave you your nigga wake up call. She said, no, sir. Go home. Go home. Yeah, she reminded you that you're an old man. Go home.
And
Me,
Cassandra said, these old heads ain't slowing down at all.
yeah,
Look, I saw this woman 38, still got booty shirts on 7 days a week.
God bless her.
40 years old, in the club, co-grandma at 40, which is crazy.
A whole grandmother at
Living
40
her
years
best
old.
life now.
Yeah,
What?
listen, they could have it. I ain't trying to be on nobody internet, under the title, the videos titled old creep in the club trying to pick up young girl. No, not me. Not me. No, no, no. I'm not gonna be one of them people. Right?
And let me ask about this. I know you gotta go because you was young. But we see a lot of like older men dating younger women. So let me ask you in the case of Shannon Sharp. He was dating a woman that's younger than his children. Would you ever do something like that?
Hell no.
He's
Nope.
gonna cheat for
Hell
1
no.
year.
Nope. I don't got
Chico,
no
what's
business.
going on?
El Chico,
Hey,
how you doing tonight?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good, beloved.
Good. Listen, so wait, so there's an age limit on when you can go outside? I'm confused.
Listen, I'm not trying to be in the club with my daughter's friends at 44. I'm not doing it.
Right, right,
Yeah,
right.
if I'm gonna go out, I want to be amongst my people, right?
Oh
And I
yeah,
say my people,
absolutely. Okay.
I'm talking about my age. I don't mind, somebody throwing a 90s party, and we everybody having a good time. I'm not trying to be in a club trying to figure out this little Uzi Vert song. I don't know nothing about that.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get
yeah, and
We're saying like if you went to the club because your son is 19 and you're
yeah,
in your late 30s.
Uh-huh.
If you went to the club and he was there and you were still in the back and you go to your club, go to the club with your son every weekend, I was asking Truth, is that something that he would do because his kids are older as well?
Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't really feel comfortable
yeah, me
being
neither.
in that environment with my son. Even like obviously he does what he do, like, but I don't let him do those things in front of me. So like drinking and stuff like that. Like you're not legally, old enough to drink. So my family might let him partake in those things. But I, like I have boundaries. So even when it comes to something like that, I might crip walk or something, but that's about it. He ain't gonna see me throwing it back. But then again, listen. But then again, I'm not even that type of woman that's in the club throwing it back.
Yeah.
And so
You'll be a crib walking.
huh?
He said
You
crib
up in the
walking.
club walking?
Oh man.
I'm that one that's gonna be over there with some chicken wings, you know what I'm saying? Just enjoying. I like the people watch. So it's not so much about me dancing. Like I might get out there and two-step or something like that, but
Yeah.
like but yeah, I like to just like engage and socialize and just, network. That's what it is. That's what it's about for me.
Yeah, I look at it like this. If I'm if a woman gonna throw it back on me, we gonna have to be behind a closed door. I don't want to do that in front of a whole bunch of kids, first of all.
Okay, true. So let's get to the truth.
Yeah, I don't want to do
Let's
that.
get
And
to the
I'm not trying to even though my children know this is how they got here, I don't want to do that in front of them because I'm not, for one, it's other people, children that might be there. I'm just not gonna do a lot of that stuff. But like I said, if I'm around people and we at a party and we all around the same age, listen, we can have all the best time in the world, But as far as me and in the whole dating thing, I ain't trying to date nobody my children's age. Hell no. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a Chester. I'm not ever gonna date somebody my children's age. I don't care what she got to offer. That ain't
So
never gonna happen.
so how do you feel about dating a woman that has like younger kids since your kids are adults?
Would I do it? What you mean younger? Like elementary school kids?
Yeah.
Would I date a woman like that? I could say no all day long, but two things. Love won't let you walk away, and you can't help who you love, right? So I could meet a woman with kids who's 10. Hey, I feel like I'm a good man. I feel like I'm a great father, so I could do it. I could do it, not without a problem. I just
That's
need the
good.
woman. As long as the woman understand us together, we gonna bring your child up, the right way. Yeah, I
Mhm.
could do it. I think I could do it again. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Chifa, what's going on? How was your day? Chifa said, I'm coming up in here to get messy.
I'm good. I took a little nap earlier. I was supposed to go jump roping, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go outside and do that now. But no, I had a good day. How about y'all?
Now, Chifa, you be having me roll when you come up here. We be chilling. We chilling.
Yeah, no, because I heard something about like what did Truth say? I think he said something like
She's on a whole
basically
lot.
like don't go outside like later on, like live now type of situation, right? It was something to that effect. Maybe not
Well,
verbatim.
when I said that, I'm just saying like I can't stand to see a man in his 40s trying to act like he's in his 20s.
Okay.
Like I said, I did all my craziness early. Like
Right.
I'm not about to be outside, you know, going wild. One day I'll sit down on this channel. I'll tell some of my crazy stories. I'll give you a perfect example. I was thrown out of a window before. I'm
Ooh.
not trying to get thrown out of a window at 44. I got thrown out of a window when I was 19.
What type of people was you hanging around? You
I
get
was
thrown
I
out the
was selling
window.
fake drugs and I got caught selling fake
Oh,
drugs and they tried to kill me. I mean, they tried to
oh, that's
delete me
hectic.
when they threw me out and they threw me out of a window in the projects.
Wow.
So imagine me now getting thrown out of a window. I ain't gonna survive it. So I know I got no business out there doing craziness, right?
Right.
So like I said, I did all the craziness. So now all the crazy is done. So when I say my crazy days are done, all that's done. Now it's time to enjoy myself.
Right.
Right. If I go out, a little two-step here and I never drank in my life, so I'm not drinking. I never smoked in my life, so I'm not smoking anything. And I don't look down on people who do that. You could do whatever you want. Hell,
Mm-hmm.
I got people who drink and smoke religiously. Some of my favorite people in my life are drinkers and smokers. I just don't do it. But
So it is a reason to that? Like, did you watch somebody when you was growing up like suffer from some sort of like substance abuse, or like or you just chose not to?
so I used to do so much crazy things in my life. I felt like drinking and smoking would take me off of my square, and I always had to be on point. So I just never wanted to do it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I used to put myself in situations where I had to run for my life, and I can't run for my life staggering. So I just never wanted to do it.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, but like I said, I'm with people enjoying. I'm with people enjoying their life, but just understand, with age come responsibility.
Right.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to. My oldest daughter's 22. Ain't no way in the hell I'm dating a woman who's 22. That ain't never gonna happen.
Right.
She could come and she could like be the best. Like God Almighty can drop her in front of me at 22, and I still ain't dealing with her. Nah, what could we talk
Truth,
about?
that's what some people are looking for. They're looking
Yo,
for
God
the
bless her. God bless
Polaroids.
all of them. God bless all of them.
Yeah, hey, look, cause this is what I heard. I heard that because we getting a little old out here, right? And so like, so they swear like, oh, you guys need to go basically live your lives because you're gonna hit a wall because men are gonna want to like court or date women that are younger, you know what I'm saying, versus somebody like us in like our 30, early 30s, late 30s, 40s, whatever. And so that's interesting to hear. But I get it because you don't, when you see in a 22-year-old, you seeing that's your daughter. So it's like, yeah, so I get it. So what's the age that you willing to go down to?
Probably mid-30s.
Okay.
Yeah. I felt like a 20. Like I said, my daughter's 22. What could me and her talk about?
Yeah, that's hectic.
Yeah, we can't talk about nothing, and God forbid, I even look at. Listen, I know she's an
I'm
adult.
embarrassed.
I know that 22-year-old is an adult. I know it, but I feel like a Chester trying to chase behind some 22-year-old. I would feel like the man in the creeper van by the bushes in the school. Yeah, I'm not. I don't want no parts of that. Nah. Even when I'm like working in the hospital, when I'm working in the hospitals and I'll go into the lab, and it'd be like the young lab techs there. I talk to them, but I keep my head. I don't even look at them because I don't want them. I don't.
They looking at him though.
They could look all day long, but I'm not. I promise you. I look away. When they ask me, "How was your day?" Fine. I turn my whole body. I'm good. I don't want no problems with. Nah, I'm good. I just think that a 22-year-old to me talking to one, that's like the equivalent of a grown man talking to like, some elementary school girl. I ain't got no business talking to her about nothing. Just answer my question and let me go about my business. I don't want any
The
problem.
truth, that actually is really smart of you because a 22-year-old really don't got no business talking to no grown man.
Nah.
And if they are, it's not gonna end well for you or for her.
Yeah, I don't want. Like I said, I don't want no problems. I'm alright. I don't want nobody to ever say, "Hey, look, that's the guy right there who was talking to the young girl, the young lady." Nah, I don't want none of them conversations with my name in it. Hell no. So, yeah, I don't have.
And you know what, True? That's why you're the perfect man.
Not me. I ain't perfect.
Come here and teach. Well, you're not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but you're the perfect man to teach other men how to move.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like you're perfect for that job.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I
saying? 'Cause you
appreciate
got
it.
some sense about you. You move the way you move. Man, your word.
I try to be. Yeah.
You look. Y'all better subscribe to your channels. Y'all get some true fellas.
You don't have to. I'll be over here.
No. The men need help from your channel, True, because they need 24/7 help. And the ladies need 24/7 help too. That's why I'm always over here cooking.
They used to come on my channel and curse me out. They used to cuss me out, flag my videos. But
women,
huh?
Oh, I was just. Oh no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Go
So
ahead,
so
see, but you came up here last.
now I'm a little tardy for the party, but so the title says the truth about black families. So
Yeah.
what was the initial conversation about? Like, what were you guys touching on?
Well, so we was just talking about, what it take to have a conducive black family. One of the things is because a lot of families nowadays they don't consist of the original mommy and daddy.
Mhm.
They're blended families. So what needs to be done within the blended family to create a productive black unit? Like, what does the man have to do? What does the woman have to do? Like I was saying, one thing as a parent, one thing we need to understand is we once were that child.
Mhm.
I used to hear all the time, you do as I say, don't do as I do. Well, why? Why shouldn't I do as you do? You've been doing it for all these years. Obviously, it can't be wrong. If it was wrong, you wouldn't do it. So why can't I do what you do? Right? Me as a father, I used to sit down all the time and explain to my kids, you know, the difference between right and wrong. And I wouldn't resort to just cussing them out, beating them, and I would everything was a life lesson. Because I used to tell them, when you get to that adult age, society ain't gonna be out there trying to talk to you. The real world's gonna do something to you that's gonna be worse than a whooping. And you have to be ready for it. So I'm gonna prepare you so when you get out there, you don't look like a stranger. Life doesn't look as strange as it's gonna look. I'm gonna prepare you. And I had all girls, right? So I had to really prepare them to understand that this is how it's gonna be, right? You're gonna run into boys that's gonna be like this. And then when you become a woman, you're gonna run into men that are like this. And then you're gonna have to maneuver like this. And I had to explain that to them from my perspective. Basically, I had to tell them, when you get out there, it's gonna be some wolves. I'm gonna tell you what the wolves look like,
That's
right?
dope.
If I
Mhm.
if I had boys, I would have had a different conversation with them.
Right.
You know,
So I heard you say that you experienced a blended family before, right? Because you said you raised somebody else's kids,
yeah, I raised three girls that didn't come out of my body.
right? So 907, have you ever experienced like a blended family type of situation, like where maybe you dated a man that had some kids, or you dated a man with your daughter?
Yes, I have, but I would say the men that have dated that have had kids never had their kids full time, which would be the difference between someone that has their kids full time and someone that doesn't have them full time. But
Hmm.
I've experienced it, and I also, my dad, when I was younger, had stepbrothers, so I've experienced it, and I kind of experienced it when I was grown too.
Okay. So me growing up, I was the only child, and like once my mother and father parted ways, like my mom didn't date anybody else. So I didn't experience another man coming into the household, right? And so, and that was her own trust issues. I don't know what she experienced, that caused her to operate in that manner, but that was her choice, right? And so anyhow, so I have my kids, and I try to do the blended family thing. Blended families take a lot of work.
They do.
If you guys are like not on the same accord and disciplinary like actions, like just it's just a lot of things that can cause a rift between the relationship. So I had a son, and he was like, well, I have a son, and he was probably like 12 when I started dating my daughter's dad, and they were having such a like, I don't know if it was too much testosterone in the house or what, but it was like they were fighting against each other, and so it put me in the middle, because I'm like, ain't nobody about to disrespect my son, and or it was just like nitpicking. It was just like it was crazy, and so like when he would have his kids, because like 907 said, it's different when a person had your kids all the time versus you got them for a couple of days out the year, you know. And so when he would bring when his kids would come down, he worked a lot, so the kids would always be with me.
Mhm.
And so that's how I was able to build that rapport with them. And you know, like I said, even though the relationship didn't work, like I still, you know, I still send the kids Christmas gifts, you know, I still check on them. They text me and ask me how I'm doing. You know, they beg just like my regular kids do. You
Yeah.
know, and that because I just don't understand how a person could like date someone and then once you done, then you cut off the relationship with the kids. Like, you know,
Hmm.
so so yeah. So anyways, moving forward to now, I have my little daughter. She's 7. I kind of like feel the same way my mom feel, and I don't feel like that's healthy. Like I don't feel like I should be dating or bringing nobody around her. So that's why I've been like chilling for the last 3 years because, you know, I'm not ready to take nobody serious in that manner.
Yeah.
In regards to the whole black families and, you know, being, I guess, with the both parents or having a blended family. So like her dad hit me up and was like, "Hey, I want to take her to Vegas to go see her brothers, right?" And so hey, I'm asking you this 907. So my he don't get her or he don't she don't spend the night with him or whatever. And he'll get her like here and there for a couple of hours. So when he asked this on Father's Day, which we only called to, you know, say happy Father's Day, but he hit me with this question. And so I was like, I didn't say yes or no, but at the same time, it's just like you haven't even attempted to try to keep her overnight here, you know.
Hmm.
So I don't even know if I would feel comfortable with her going to another place where I'm not close. And then, so you don't know, but my baby have epilepsy. So you know, like it's just all of these.
Mm,
So it's all of these
mm,
variables are factors to why I'm just like a little, you know, reluctant about, you know, letting her go. Um, but yeah, I'm just on here spilling my tea, child.
no,
But
that's how you know it's time for tea.
when I had when I
This is
had
what we do.
when I had my daughters, right, I used to have them so much that people would think that they were my biological children. They would think their mothers were like stepmothers, right? Because so the middle two, I had them with me so much that people would swear that their mother was a stepmother and they were my children, right? And I know that a woman 9 times out of 10 she's gonna have the kids. So I used to give their mother as many breaks as she could possibly that I can give her, and it was a lot. It was a lot of breaks, a lot. Right? I'm talking about went back to school, got her bachelor's degree, everything. I helped to do a lot of that, you know. I remember it was one point in time where she, everything like she was a little stressed out. And I told her, I said, well, you could leave them with me and you can just go get yourself together. Right. And I made sure that she knew that though these kids didn't come out of my body, I would protect them as if they were my biological child.
That's what's up.
So, she and she can attest to it. So, a blended family is very hard. It's very hard to do. Very hard. But at the same time, you gotta. Me as a man, I represent myself as a man. Like I said, I never spent a second as a woman. I can't tell a woman how to be a woman. But me as a man in a blended family, I had to make sure everybody knew what my intentions were coming through the door, what I wanted to do, how I wanted to do it, and why I wanted to do it.
Hmm.
Right? When I had them around me, I remember I taught them how to shower properly. I taught them how to cook. I taught them how to wash clothes. I taught them how to clean. I taught them how to be the independent. I remember we used to go to Walmart and they would say, "Can we go over to such and such?" And their mother would say, "No, because whatever." And I would say, "Oh, y'all can go." I would give them a box cutter, say, "Here, hold this." And I would say, "All right, look, somebody come up to y'all, you cut his face wide open and scream, I'll come over there." Right? I taught them, and I did that because I wanted to teach them, like, listen, y'all got each other out here. Don't be scared of nothing. Because if anything was to happen, I'm right there. I don't care if you can't see me, I'm right there. Don't worry about nothing. And it went from their mother being worried, like, I don't know if they should go over there, because to her saying, "Hey, while we go get this, I need y'all to go over here and get this." And she wasn't worried about them because I taught them, y'all hold each other down. If something go wrong, y'all, you listen, you bite, kick, and scratch, both of y'all. And y'all start screaming, I'm gonna come running across the store and we just gonna wash them up. We're gonna finish the job.
Well, 907, this conversation definitely gives me hope. Because I mean, when we sit and listen to these guys on these panels, child, and they just like stay away from the single moms and don't date women. Like, it kind of like starts like messing with your psyche a little bit, because it's like, dang, are we really like not like sought out after because we have this quote unquote baggage or whatever? But like listening to your story, like, I mean, there are some good guys in the world that that will take on other people kids and treat them like they own. So shout out to you.
Yeah, and I'm so glad Truth came over here with the ladies, because like El Chipo said, we hear so much from this loud noise of the same talking points, and everybody is different. So it's nice to hear from someone that's like, I don't mind taking on kids, but this has to be established. Like, I feel like you're like more reasonable. Like you're being realistic.
Even from him just saying how he went in with letting them know like his intentions, like that was pretty dope. Pretty dope.
Yeah, I'm not with their mother no more. I could show you my call log. They call me all the time, all the time, all the time.
And I'm glad that you're kind of saying like, hey, you guys don't give up. There's gonna be things that's gonna be hard. There's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so glad you came up here. And we got Miss Solistic in the building, What's going on, 12?
Hi, Toya.
Hi. I know I'm driving. I was like, Lord, I want to hurry up and join in this chat before it go off. I was like, oh my God, so many good topics.
Yeah.
I know, and this is a pop-up live.
Here go a good example of when you do right by children, it works out. When my 19-year-old, she graduated from the Air Force, her biological father was there, right? And it was no chaos. I wasn't trying to, why is he here? And no, hey, be around. I want you to be around. Mm-hmm. But I'm not gonna say she wasn't happy he wasn't there, because she was. But she was very excited that I was there. Mm-hmm. But physically, my body was going through something to where I really shouldn't have went, but I made sure I was there for it, right? Because I always been there for everything that she had, all her events. I always made it, graduations, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. So, she was very happy I was there, and they one day, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have them come on here with me. And then y'all can ask them. Like, I always tell people, don't take my word on nothing I say. They'll tell you how it was. So, they always tell people when they talk about their father, they talk about me. And I didn't purposely say, well, their fathers ain't this, their fathers ain't that. It's not my job. They're old enough to understand who their fathers are. They're old enough to understand the importance their fathers have in their life. I just try to do my job. That's it. I do my 1-2, and that's it. That's it. I do my hours with them, and I give them the love I would give my biological daughter. So they raising them, they made it easy for me because I made it easy for them. Mm-hmm. It's when you dealing with a woman who have kids, understand there need to be unity there with the woman and the children. I mean, the woman and the man. But once there's children involved, you got to understand it needs to be unity between the man and the children, or the woman and the children. They have to they have to understand. All parties have to understand that we're one unit now, so we have to move like one unit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We got to move like Voltron. We have to move like Voltron. There's no other way around it. You know, if everybody gets on the same accord, things will work better. Like I understood with those girls when they were young, I can't explain what I want to do like I can explain it to their mother. So I had to remember when I was a child, how did I want people to talk to me? And I talked to them in that manner. So as we got older, I wish the world could have saw it. I had them more doing things more than their mother had them. Right? Because I always said this, if there's a place I can go, if my children can't go, I have no business there. And that's how I always
cousin.
that's how I have
Talk
my
about
whole
the
life.
truth.
That's how I have my everything. If wherever I go, if my children can't go, I'm not going. Because I don't ever want somebody to tell my children, to tell me, hey, they can't come. Nah. They wherever I can go, wherever I go, they got to be able to go. They have to be able to go. They have to, because, even though it's a blended family, they are an extension of me from this point on. Right? It ain't no come and go. We're going to ride this out to the bitter end. We're going to ride it out. We're going to ride it out. That's why when me and their mother, we split, we always tell each other, ride a gang for life. We still hold each other down. Those girls is like my Rihanna, my daughter, she acts so much like me, you would think that she is my biological child. She say the things that I say. Her mannerism is me. She thinks like me. You would think that she came out of my body, but that's because I put enough time in, and we went from strangers meeting each other to family.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
And one thing that I like that you said, Truth, was that you stated that there are things that you were able to teach the children that women can't. And I think that that's a very interesting point that we have to all realize. We are women, but there are things that we cannot teach our kids. It has to come from a male.
Yeah, it has
There are
to.
things that women can teach the kids that men can't. Both roles are needed, and it's not a competition. We're not competing. Nobody should be jealous of nobody. We should, in fact, be helping each other out.
Yeah. Father's Day just rolled by, and I listen. First thing they said was, "What you want for Father's Day?" And of course, me being a jerk, I want a 100-inch screen color TV, a car, bag of diamonds. I always say craziness. I don't want that stuff, but and they know it. They listen to me, and I'm pretty sure they hang up the phone and say, "That nigga crazy. You don't want that stuff." But we know each other so well. I don't ever have to tell them what I want. They just know what to send me. It's like them. I know what to do with them. I know what to do for them. I know how to be, right? I don't have to go to their mother and say, hey, what do you think she would know? I know them more than more than their fathers know them. I can talk to my daughter and you can hear it in my conversation. I call them my daughters. I don't never call them my stepkids. I call them my daughters because that's who they are to me. If when they have children, I will be grandpa. When they get married, I'm gonna be there. They're my daughters. They're nothing else but my daughters. And if you ask them, who's your father? They're gonna say him.
That's what's up.
That was very powerful.
We're blown away, child.
Dark is truth. I'm telling you, these men with these microphones.
Listen, like I said, I just speak the truth. I
They
don't
will
speak my truth.
not.
I speak the truth,
Shut
man.
up.
A lot of people out here, they know when people give me a compliment, right, and they say, "Oh man, you're such a good man." I don't. First of all, I don't like. I don't. I'm not saying I don't like. I don't. I take a compliment. I appreciate it, but it doesn't go to my head, right? Because I feel I'm doing what every man should do. Again, I'm a cat that's meowing. I'm not a cat that's barking. If all the cats are barking, don't look at me as if I appear to be strange. I'm only doing what a cat's supposed to do. I'm not doing anything different. Right? So, and the thing too, when I was raising those girls, I didn't do it with the I didn't do it and say, well, look, I'm raising other people's kids and, I'm doing this, I'm holding it. Nah, I did what I wanted to do because those children they mean the world to me. I love them to death. I got their names tattooed on my chest right here. Yeah. And I did it proudly because I remember the oldest one, the one who graduated from the military. I knew her since she was 1. Rihanna, I knew her since she was in her mother's stomach. Right? So it isn't like I just, some fly by night, they knew my family before, well, their mother knew my family before I knew her.
I think that's an interesting dynamic too, though, is that you were in their lives from birth, it seems, or from a really early age.
Very early, yeah.
Yeah, and that could play a role in the dynamics as well. Could you imagine, even think about going into a situation where you already have children that are already kind of set in their ways, like you didn't have you weren't instrumental in their upbringing and them being raised, and so you going into a situation where now you having to deal with, or I don't like to say deal, but you having to deal with kids that are already like teenagers, and that's hectic,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're dealing with a woman who got teenage kids, again, got to remember you were a teenager.
Yeah.
It's that's how it goes. That you just got to remember you was once these kids. These kids was never you. You were once these kids. I'm blessed because I was around girls since they was little girls. So, if I started dating a woman who had a 16-year-old daughter, I think it would be a little difficult because I wouldn't know how to maneuver. I'm not saying I wouldn't know how to maneuver, but I would have to maneuver more cautiously. More cautious because that's a girl going into a woman, young adult age. So I would be more careful how I handle that situation.
We need more men.
That makes. What did you say, Chivo?
I said we need more men like the truth teller.
Oh man.
Yeah, I need you to drop something in a little tube and clone yourself. There's some real life clowns out here. Yeah. But Miss Solistic, what's the word? What's the word?
Nah, I'm driving to the house. The car's loud, so I muted myself. So the car heck loud right now.
Hey, notice how she's showing her teeth. Notice how she's showing her teeth. Can I ask the hostess? Hold on. Can I ask the hostess to ask her why she's showing her teeth like that, please?
Because of my teeth.
Oh, okay. So you normally drive showing all your teeth. I'm humble.
Yeah, I do. I be looking crazy. I be like, hey, what's that? They be like,
you said you got something to do with it.
Of course I do. Stop it. See, look at that. Look. See, I told you. Look at that. That's what I'm gonna do.
You got anything you want to say?
I'll get my daughters to come up. I'll bring them up one at a time, and you can ask them, and I'm pretty sure that they'll repeat what I'm saying to them,
We
what I'm
believe
telling to
you. We
you.
can tell you ain't telling no lies.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, I'll even till date when they call me, and they, I always get the same thing. Like, they say, we really miss you, we love you. They call me to check on me. That's how we are. We have become a family dynamic. So as long as I'm breathing on planet Earth, they're always gonna be my daughters. I would never ever consider them my stepchildren. So they're my daughters. We have nicknames
I
for each
think that
other,
that's what's up.
and we,
Because we hear a lot of people making it sound like it's impossible
yeah,
to love other children that are not biologically theirs. But you said something earlier that was very true. You can't really choose who you love.
yeah.
If you love
That's
someone, you love them.
Yeah, it's like that with kids. The person you interested in, the person you dating. Listen, love won't let you walk away, and you can't help who you love. I love those children from the moment I met them. They have become my favorite people from the moment I met them. That's why
And
I never in
it
my life.
almost starting to seem like people don't really have that much empathy or compassion.
Yeah,
Because if there's kids out there that don't have a parent, not saying that you got to step in there, but dang, would that be so hard to help somebody in need of something? Like if somebody's starving and you got a whole bunch of food,
remember I
if
told you
somebody needs
earlier.
love and you got love to give, what's the problem?
Yeah, remember I told you earlier. If I consider you somebody I care about, and I see your child doing something, I can't be like, well, you know what? I ain't gonna say nothing because that's not my daughter. No, if you know I rock with you that heavy, and you know that I got your best interest at hand. If your daughter's doing something wrong, I'm gonna bring your daughter back to you. Look, I caught her doing this, and I would only hope that you would understand I'm doing it out of love. I'm not doing it because I'm just trying to be a dictator or rule with an iron fist. I want the best for her too. I mean, you don't have to deal with each other for me to want the best for her. I want the best for her too. Why? Because I got a rapport with you. I got a relationship with you. I'm not talking about sexual or nothing. If we got a relationship, I might look at you like you my sister. If you my sister, I don't want your child to be out here going crazy. I want my niece to be out here acting a fool. Now, here, take it. I started it. Now you go ahead and finish it. Yeah, I'd rather her hate me and then her hate me than her have to deal with the police.
Mm. Yeah, true. We need you to clone yourself.
Man, not me. Not me.
Yeah.
Not me. Not me.
You know,
Gosh, right. Go ahead, call yourself. Help these men out because they trash.
Not me. I'm
yeah.
one day at a time, right? That's all I could do. I can
Yeah.
just give it one day at a time. But hey,
Yep. You can
ladies,
go ahead and make
listen.
videos.
I tried that. And they used to flag my channel all the time.
Oh,
They
that's
flag
what
my
he
channel
said.
all the time. But hey, ladies, I got a 3-hour drive ahead of me for work. We'll do it again and again. Like I said, I'm gonna set it up so I could get my daughters to come up one at a time, and you can get their perspective on how it is to, have lived within a blended family. And I promise you, when I tell everybody they're the perfect daughters, and I know everybody's child is perfect, but me, I was very lucky. Excuse me. I was very lucky to be able to have them in my life because as easy as I made it for them, they made it so easy for me. They made it so easy for me. That's
Mhm.
why I give my daughters the world, because they made it easy for me to be a father. I learned more from them than they learned from me, believe it or not. Yeah.
Well, True, thank you so much for coming up here and sharing with us. Is there
Anytime.
any final thoughts you want to leave us with? Where can the ladies find you at so they can get some truth in their lives?
Anytime you want answers and you need me to answer any questions, all you got to do is tune into this channel. Anytime I'm invited up, I'll be here. What I tell you, I'm a man of my word, right? One call away. That's all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
and I'll be up here. And anytime you need me to come up here and give some insight or answer some questions or whatever you need me to do, you just ask me to do it and I'll do it. And remember, all the content is yours. Here go a disclaimer. It's all yours. I don't want no rights to it. If you make $1 billion off of it, just buy me a hot dog. That's all I ask.
The truth. You don't know like how important it is for us to be able to hear from a man like you because we are hearing so much from the wrong people. So thank you for what you have done today.
Well,
You
thank
done
y'all
put a
for
little
having me.
hope in us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate y'all. This platform is more important than a lot of people know. So I'm honored to be part of it. That's the truth.
And Cassandra says she hopes she catches a show when there's children on Look.
I promise you, I'll make
The
sure.
Foodiegang wants the whole story.
Yeah, I'll make sure that everybody knows what's going to happen. I know how we set it up. It won't be a spontaneous thing. I'll make sure when we set it up, you have more than enough time to let everybody know that it's going to happen. And again, I promise you, talking to them, you'll see why I love them so much. If it was up to me, I would clone them. I wouldn't even clone me. I would clone them. Yeah,
You know
they the
what?
most.
That might work too because you raised them, so I know they got sense.
Yeah,
So
they do.
clone somebody in your bloodline.
They do. I could tell you. So here go a perfect example. My daughter Rihanna, right? She works at Chick-fil-A. She's going to get a job at TJ Maxx. She's already graduated, so she's waiting to go into the Air Force. And I asked her, I said, so what you going to do with your jobs? She said she's going to work both of them until so she's taking college courses. So when she go into the military, she go in with rank. So she said, I'm going to work both of the jobs. And then when the school year starts and I start taking my college courses, I'll drop Chick-fil-A and do TJ Maxx, right? At that age, who's thinking about working 2 jobs? But they saw me, they see me work. I'm not saying, and they see their mother work. Their mother works very hard. I can't take all the credit because just as much as I'm doing, their mother does a great job with them. If I had to redo it all over again the same way, I would. Their mother does a spectacular job with them. She's a great mother to them. So, I think together we did enough for them to see how it is in preparation to get ready for the real world. So again, like I said, when you see them, if you like me, you'll love them. You'll love them. You'll love them. They my favorite
Look,
people.
I already knew that she was good when you said she worked at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Only nice people work at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Rihanna, she's the best. She called me all the time. She said, "You need anything?" And I say, "No, ma'am." And I said, "You need anything?" And she say, "No, sir." And I said, "Okay." Then I asked about her fish, and then I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, I love you," and she said, "I love you too." And then that's my heart. That's my heart. I love them all to death. I wouldn't trade them for nothing in the world. They, like I said, just as much as I was trying to teach them how to be in a blended family, they taught me how to be in a blended family. They taught me patience. They taught me like love. Like, you can love an adult unconditionally, but to love something that didn't come out of you unconditionally, it really teaches you a lot about yourself. It really does. It really does. And that's why, all of their friends used to love to be around us because they see it. They friends used to say, "I wish I had a father like you have," because I would sit there and play Mario with them and all this stuff. I would do everything with them. I like I said, if I can't, if they can't do it with me, I have no business doing it. None. And when I have grandchildren, be the same way. I'll love them just the same.
And as you should, and you know what? One thing I want to say before you go,
Yes, ma'am.
people underestimate the value of love. And that's why a lot of people do not cook in today's time
Yeah.
because we're not thinking about the love aspect.
Yeah.
Those 4 kids have shown you so much more love
Yeah.
than some of these people will ever feel.
Yeah, you know,
We
love.
need love, more love in the world, though, is what I believe.
Yeah, yeah. That's why when at night, I like to walk at night, and when I walk and I run across somebody, I'm talking to them. I don't have to know them. I could just meet them right there. But I always tell them at the end of our conversation, I give them a hug. Homeless people all the time, I say, "Hey, I love you," because you don't. I don't know when the last time somebody told them that they love them, right? And maybe if that conversation and them knowing that somebody told them that they love them might keep them from doing something to themselves, might give them a little bit of hope. You know, I mean, it's so much going on out here. At least they know somebody out here love them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But people underestimate the value of love.
yeah, yeah.
And I'm telling
Love,
you something, you seem happier than those people who don't value love.
I value it, man, because love can carry you way further than a lot of things can carry you. It really can. It really can. There's a reason why people, when they see me, they say they compliment me. They tell me so much good things about me, and I tell them, I'm humble. I'm like, I'm not all that. I'm good. I'm chilling. Right? You ask me on a scale of 1 to 10 what I am, I tell you I'm a 2. You're the 10.
Mhm.
Because of you, I am who I am. I can't do it without your energy. So on this channel, for as good as people think I am, I'm sitting with y'all. I can't do what I do without your energy. I would not be able to talk to El Cheapo unless I was on your platform. So I'm humble, right? As good as you think I am, I'm only better because of y'all.
See, that's how Truth be getting all these ladies.
Nah, I
Girl,
swear.
you're smiling from ear to ear, child.
Nah,
You
it's just that's how I
even
was
get
raised.
everybody you can. He said, I got enough love for everybody.
Yeah, I was raised right. I tell people all the time I'm raised right. Like, do I have my moments? Yes, I do. But I listen, when I go, my father, and I'm gonna go after that. My father, I used to always hear, when your time is up, you want as many people as you can to remember you, right? Because memories are better than books. A book can cease to exist. Not everybody read that book, but if enough people have fond memory of you, your story will live on forever. Somebody, even if they don't remember my name, somebody's gonna say, "Hey, remember the guy with the Deadpool T-shirt? Yeah, remember when he did?" It would perpetuate from one person to the next. So me, I'm just here. I just want to, give people positive memories. I want people to, however I can teach them, or whatever I can teach them. I just try to do that. That's it. So when my time is up, I want somebody out here to say, he was all right. That's it. I was raised right. So I just want somebody to say he was all right. And if one person say that, I did my job. But until then, I just want to eat my fruit, drink my tea and my Avengers cup, and and mind my business, and come back on here and run my mouth with my people. That's it. But ladies,
Truth, we
I,
love when you come up here. Thank you so much for coming through.
I thank y'all for having me, El Cheapo. You have a good night, beloved. It was good seeing you again. And next time you go live, I'll be right there like I was before.
All right, bet.
All right, and you have a good
Thank
one.
you so much, Truth.
And I'm gonna give you a call too, because I know you got some situations coming up. So if you need me for anything, you just reach out and let me know, and we'll figure it out. Okay.
All right, definitely will. Thank you
All right.
so much, Truth. And y'all make sure y'all tap into his YouTube channel for the truth. He don't want me to promote him, but I'm going to. Great conversation. I mean, where do we even go with all this?
Girl, I'm over here and the cat got my tongue. I don't know what to say after that. It's like a drop mic moment. It's like, ooh,
I
Jesus.
feel like all we can do is wrap up.
Yeah.
Me, you gonna be the main one talking about how niggas ain't shit.
Hey, listen, you had the right
We
person.
need to hear this.
You definitely had the right person for the topic, just how he expounded on his lived experience of, being that father figure for not only his kid, but like, the blended kids. And so That was a pretty dope conversation. I definitely agree with you in regards to like the world needs more love. That's truth. And I will say, like, just to add to what he was saying about leaving those memories and the story being, living on versus the book, right? uh there's two things. This might sound weird, but there's two things I enjoy at funerals. I like to see the body. Don't judge me, because I like to see the work that the mortuary did on the person. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, my favorite part of the service is the 2 minute remarks. Like, so I'm not sure if how everybody handles funerals, but they have 2 minute remarks where anybody could go up and share, you know, a story or how they felt about that person. And so I've been to a lot of funerals, and what always, resonates with me is the things that people say when you're gone. And so I always leave out of funerals saying to myself or asking myself, I was gonna say my name. What will people say about you? What legacies, what memories, I'm saying, will you leave? And it just encourages me to just go out in the world and just do good things. And so everything that he was saying was some good stuff, man. I hate I came so late, but it was a really great live. So shout out to y'all.
Glad we got a recording on camera, and maybe we need to hear this word, ladies. Maybe this is the reason why God put us here. I made up this topic last minute based off of what Truth said earlier. When he came up, he got cut off. Here we are 4 hours later, and he has taught me some things. Like maybe I need to change my perspective. And I feel like Truth was a man that we all needed to hear from. Perfect person to talk about this topic. We might have to talk about blended families
Mhm.
next time. But I gotta go, y'all.
All right. Well, you
Y'all,
have.
I will see y'all in the morning. Shout out to El Chibo. Let us know where they can find you, El Chibo, before you head out.
Hey, look, you can find me at El Cheapo in real life, and I just want to say, sis, scoot over. Now, let me stop playing.
El Chibo is a perfect person to come up on this topic.
I love it
And
though.
we talking about families.
I love it, man. But y'all have a great night. All right.
All right, all right. Well, that was a great show, Foodie Gang. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. My final thoughts are I agree with everything Truth said. It was the truth. Um, we'll be back here in the morning. I'm not sure what we're going to talk about, but I'm going to find a topic. Shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to everybody that's watching us on the replay. Y'all make sure y'all go and subscribe to Truth's YouTube channel and also subscribe to El Cheapo's channel. Dope conversations, dope people. This is time for tea. I'm about to hit y'all with that outro video. And I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm going to the movies with the family today. Um, yeah, but truth done changed my life from what I done heard today. But I'll see you guys in the next one. And we're gonna prep tonight, but I'm gonna move that off to tomorrow. We're gonna prep tomorrow because we've been up here for 4 hours. That makes 8 hours total. It's time for me to go live my life now. All right, y'all, I'm out of here. Time for tea at 9:07 goodies. Foodie gang, gang, gang. Foodie gang, gang, gang. Foodiegang, gang, gang. Foodiegang, gang, gang. Foodiegang, gang, gang. This is Chef Big Bang. Thank you so much for watching at 907 Good Eats. Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next Wednesday at 9 a.m. I'm out.